Chapter 870. Good news. Good news. The Warhawk scout flew into the meeting hall with a letter in his hand. His face was full of joy as he said loudly, "Your Highnesses, Princess Shi, a report of victory from the demon clan's headquarters in the sky-piercing gorge in Ba Huang province." Lin Muyu, Tang Xiaoxi, Zhen Yifan, and Suyu all looked up, waiting for the good news to be read. The War Eagle scout was a young soldier, his face was still childish. "Your Highnesses, good news, I know, read it." Lin Muyu smiled. "Yes." He quickly opened the letter and said, "Tong Tian Gorge, Qianfeng reported that Bai Minghuan personally led 100,000 troops to attack Tong Tian Gorge. The celestial race used 10,000 Southern Iron Cavalry, 40,000 human reserves, 3 giant flying snakes, and 9,000 armor demons to fight the enemy for 4 days. Both sides suffered heavy losses, and the Flowing Spirit Army was forced to retreat. The army has already returned to Tong Tian City." "Good." Lin Muyu was overjoyed. This was the only good news she had received these days. She clenched her fists and said excitedly, "Qianfeng did not disappoint me." "When did this news come?" "Last night." The War Eagle scout said, "I flew back after receiving the letter. General Qianfeng also asked me to tell your highness that he thanked you for the celestial race's battle robes." "Okay, I got it. You can go to the Spirit Fire Department and have a good meal." "Yes, thank you, your highness." The soldier left excitedly. His joy was easy to understand. The Qin Empire had lost many battles, and they needed a victory to boost their morale. Although Qianfeng's troops did not win, they were able to delay the Flowing Spirit Army's 100,000 troops at Tong Tian Gorge. This in itself was already a victory. "Your Highness, don't be so happy. Bai Minghuan could not take down Tong Tian Gorge, so his next target is very likely to be our Luo River estuary." Zhen Yifan coughed and poured cold water on Lin Muyu. "Yes." Lin Muyu didn't deny it. Instead, she asked, "How many soldiers do we have at the Luo River estuary?" Tang Xiaoxi explained with great familiarity, "All the major armies have removed all their cavalry and given them to Commander Feng Jixing to take away. Right now, the military strength at the Luo River estuary is very worrying. The Longdan Army Camp has 50,000 elite infantrymen, the God Might Battalion has 20,000 elite soldiers, the National Garrison Army has 17,000 soldiers, and Ant Lien has 8,000 soldiers from the Zither Dragon Army. The entire Luo River estuary has less than 100,000 soldiers." After the battle at the mouth of the Luo River, the demon army from the Endless Forest had been reduced from 200,000 to 60,000. 3 days ago, Tang Xiaoxi had ordered the demon army to return to the Endless Forest. After all, this was a war between humans. They couldn't let the entire demon army die. That would be too unfair to them. 100,000 is enough. Lin Muyu twirled the dry brush in her hand and said, "As long as we don't go out, Bai Minghuan can't do anything to us. Is there any news from the other places? How many soldiers are there in each place?" Su Er said, "General Feng should be at Yunzhong Pass now. He has 50,000 elite soldiers there. Then there's Seven Seas City. Chen Xiaoli has 150,000 soldiers. Then there's Lingnan. The 70,000 soldiers from Mingshan province that Xiang Yu took with him should still be there." Chen Xiaoli, Lin Muyu smiled faintly. "I didn't expect Chen Xiaoli's army to be the one with the most soldiers in our Qin army. Let's hope he can defend the Seven Seas City." Xian Yifan's gaze was cold as he said, "The traitors Long Ji Corps is in Muyu City, which is less than 1,000 miles away from Seven Seas City. Their cavalry will be able to reach Seven Seas City in about 2 days. The Long Ji Corps has God State experts like Fang Lan and Lin Tongtian. I'm worried that if they carry out an assassination mission, Chen Xiaoli's life will be in danger." His words were like a knife stabbing into Lin Muyu's heart. In reality, everyone could think of this, but the Qin Empire simply didn't have enough God State experts. Everyone knew that they had to protect Chen Xiaoli, the Seven Seas Province's commander-in-chief, but it didn't seem right for anyone to go. After a while, Tang Xiaoxi bit her lips and said in a low voice, Seven Seas Province was Grandpa's land, and it's also our Tang family's land. I think I should go. I'll leave tonight, and should be able to reach Seven Seas City tomorrow morning. With me there, it won't be easy for them to assassinate Qin Xiaoli. Moreover, I can command the Seven Seas City's army. No. Lin Muyu immediately rejected and said, I've seen how powerful Lin Tongtian is. Shao Shi, you're definitely not his match. I can't let you take the risk alone. His concern warmed Tang Xiaoxi's heart. She smiled and said, but Mu, if I don't go, who else can? We all know that I'm the most suitable person to go. It seemed that Tang Xiaoxi had made up her mind to go. Then, let's send one more person. Lin Muyu glanced at the people on both sides of the table and said, Oh Yang Yan, you and Shao Shi will go to Seven Seas City together. The two of you must be together at all times. If the two of you work together, Lin Tongtian will definitely not be your match. Isn't it a little inappropriate? Oh Yang Yan was a little hesitant. Why isn't it appropriate? A blush appeared on Oh Yang Yan's beautiful face. Everyone knows how dangerous Seven Seas City is. Lin Tongtian is known as the #1 dragon rider of the Tianji Dragon Cavalry. If something were to happen to him, Princess Shi and I would both die for our country. Wouldn't His Highness you lose 2 women at the same time? How tragic would that be? Just thinking about it makes my chest ache. The corner of Lin Muyu's mouth twitched. When did you become my woman? Tang Xiaoxi and Chu Yao could not help but burst into laughter. Lin Muyu raised her hand and said, All right, it's decided. Oh Yang Yan, you and Shao Shi will go to Seven Seas City together. You must be careful. Other than that. Spiritual scholar Su Hao. Yes. Su Hao bowed politely. What other heavenly tomes do you have? Prepare some for Shao Shi and Oh Yang Yan. With the help of the heavenly tomes, I believe they will be able to gain the upper hand. Yes, successor. I still have 2 divine tomes and 5 heavenly tomes. Give them to Princess Shi. All right. In the middle of the night, 2 figures turned into streams of light and disappeared into the western horizon. Tang Xiaoxi and Oh Yang Yan had gone to Seven Seas Province. In the spacious courtyard, Lin Muyu was dressed in a white royal forest armor. He stood there alone with a trace of loneliness in his eyes. He also hoped that Tang Xiaoxi could stay by his side. However, the world always made fools of people and it was difficult to get what one wanted. The threats that Tang Xiaoxi and Oh Yang Yan faced were not just Lin Tongtian, Fang Lan and the Dragon Knights. There was also the battle angel sent by the Heaven Realm. That 4-winged battle angel Dora. With Tang Xiaoxi's current cultivation, what would happen if she met Dora? The only consolation was that Tang Xiaoxi had broken through level 30 and comprehended the God's Wall with the help of the Demon Spirit Stone and the Broken Godhead. In addition to the increase in demonic power from the 9-tailed transformation, her strongest combat power was around level 50 Grotto Heaven. However, it was said that Dora was a 4-winged black-winged battle angel. An angel's wings could also greatly increase combat power. As such, Tang Xiaoxi was still at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Oh Yang Yan had the strength of a god king. After recasting her godhead, she should also have the strength of level 50 Grotto Heaven. However, Lin Muyu had no idea how much she could help Tang Xiaoxi. He really wanted to send Wu Tong, Jing Jian, and the others to the Seven Seas Province, but he couldn't. The threat that Lingdong Province faced was not only from Baiminghuan in the north, but also from the sea. Ever since the Blue Wind Sea battle, the coastline had been completely lost. The coastal cities were harassed by pirates every day. Most of these pirates were from the scattered mercenary groups of the Blackstone Empire. They were cruel and ruthless. Someone had to deal with them. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the entrance of the courtyard. It was Wei Chou. Your Highness, there's news from Changfeng County, north of Winter Frost City. A mercenary group from the Blackstone Empire has occupied Changfeng County this morning. There are about 3,000 of them, and they're robbing and killing everywhere. They killed the county governor, occupied the county capital, and even violated the 3 concubines of the county governor. Should we send troops? No need. Lin Muyu waved his hand. The main force of the Longdan army camp must stay at the Luo River estuary stronghold. I'll go to Changfeng County. It's just 3,000 people. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Yes. Be careful, Your Highness. Do you need me to go with you? No need. You stay at the Luo River estuary. What about Wutong and Jingjian? This morning, Your Highness sent them to Qiluo County to exterminate the pirates. Did Your Highness forget? Oh, I didn't forget. Alright, I'll go to Changfeng County. I'll leave this place to you. Yes. Before he finished speaking, Lin Muyu had already disappeared. The speed at which he broke through the void was extraordinarily fast. Wei Chou was a little dumbfounded. After cultivating the ghost god lattice, Wei Chou had also stepped into the first sky of the immortal state. However, his ability to break through the void paled in comparison to Lin Muyu's. In fact, none of the experts that Wei Chou had seen before, including Chu Chu, Tang Xiaoxi, and Ouyang Yan, could break through the void as quickly and quietly as Lin Muyu. Late at night, Qiluo County, a city on the eastern coast of the empire. The total population of Qiluo County was about 30,000. More than 80% of the city's population made a living by selling Qiluo conches. Qiluo conches were a type of giant snail with delicious meat. They were about the size of a fist and could be used as dry rations after being cooked. After the Blue Wind Sea battle, the people of Qiluo County no longer dared to go out to sea to fish. They didn't want to leave the city where their ancestors lived. However, danger still arrived. As dozens of large ships approached the shore, more than 3,000 mercenaries from the Blackstone Empire came ashore and killed more than 200 guards of the county. They had already regarded this small city as their own territory. In front of the county, a group of people were crying endlessly. There were about 5,000 people, but they were surrounded by mercenaries with torches in their hands. They were trembling all over and didn't dare to imagine what would be waiting for them. At the top of the stairs, a man in black armor with a saber in his hand slowly walked down. Golden light shone beneath his feet, making him look like a celestial being. He grinned and said, "Pick out all the young and beautiful girls between the ages of 16 and 25. Chapter 871. Cries and cries for help echoed in the crowd. Mercenaries armed with swords and knives entered the crowd and carefully selected. Soon, dozens of young women were picked out and dragged out by a group of mercenaries. "Let go of my daughter. Let go of my daughter." The old father's eyes were bloodshot. His palms were covered in crisscrossed cuts, the result of long periods of casting nets. Every cut was filled with pain, as well as the heavy harvest of the nets. Fishermen knew how to be grateful to the sea, but they didn't understand how terrifying the desires of animals could be. Scram! A mercenary walked up and kicked the father to the ground. The mercenary captain raised his war blade and walked up, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. His boots had already stepped on the old father's back, and the faint sound of bones breaking could be heard. The father's forehead was covered in sweat from the pain, but he still shouted, Let go of my daughter. I'm willing to trade my life for her." However, no one paid any attention to his screams or his daughter's helpless tears. "Draw your bows." The mercenary captain raised his hand, and hundreds of mercenaries immediately drew their bows, pointing them straight at the commoners in the square. He smiled faintly and said, "My name is Song of the North Flow, a descendant of the famed General North Flow Lang, the current captain of the North Flow mercenary group. I've come all the way from the Blackstone Empire for the sake of making a living. Fellow elders, please take care of me, a person who has come all the way from afar. Men, bring out the name list of the prefectural city and invite the local nobles here." A gentle-looking mercenary held up the name list and said, "Salt merchant Su Gu, snail merchant Zhang Qian, brocade merchant Zhou Xian, lumber merchant Wang Lei, house builder O Yeqi, he read out a long list of names, and Song of the North Flow's eyes swept across the crowd. Finally, the local traders pointed them out one by one, and the dozens of local merchants were invited to the bottom of the steps. "You are the salt merchant Sugu." Song of the North Flow lifted the chin of an old man and said, "I've heard that the salt merchants of the Shattered Cauldron realm are very profitable, and I'm sure you've earned quite a bit as well. Look, my army has come from afar, and we need to redistribute our rations and weapons. This is a very large sum of money. Since the Qin army can't protect you, then we, the North Flow mercenary band, will protect them. However, you'll have to pay us soldiers enough tax. Men, find out how much this salt merchant needs to pay. Milord, you have to pay 10,000 Jinin coins." "Alright, 10,000 gold grim coins it is." Song of the North Flow sneered, "Sugu, did you hear that? Immediately have your family prepare 10,000 soldiers as a tax. Otherwise, your head will be hung on the city gates tomorrow morning." Sugu's face was ashen. Sir, I'm just a salt merchant from a small city. How could I have so many Jinin coins? I don't have it, get lost." Song of the North Flow sent Sugu flying with a kick. His eyes were cold as he said, "I don't care if you have it or not. If you don't have 10,000 gold grim coins, prepare to be stabbed. Don't be afraid. I, Song of the Northern Rioja, am also a descendant of a prestigious clan. I don't do such filthy things. Since I've come to Chi Luo Commandery, I plan to stay here for a long time. You're also my fellow countrymen. Zhang Qian, don't tremble. Explain yourself. How much did you donate as a soldier? How much do you want to pay for the soldiers?" Zhang Qian was a middle-aged man. His face was ashen. "Sir, I don't have any money either. Chi Luo Prefecture is a small city, and most of the local currency is silver grim coins. Most people have never seen gold grim coins in their entire lives. How can there be any profits? Cut the crap. I'm here to talk to you. Do you really have to force me?" Song of the North Flow grabbed Zhang Qian's collar and looked at the timid girl behind him. "Look, we're fellow countrymen. I don't want to fall out with you, do I?" "Oh, you have a daughter." Zhang Qian's face was ashen. "Sir, you. I'll prepare 10,000 gold grim coins." "Too late. I want 10,000 gold grim coins, and I want your daughter too. From now on, we're no longer just fellow countrymen. You're my father-in-law. Don't be afraid, stand still, ha ha ha." Song of the North Flow raised his blade and walked towards the third person. The crowd was already filled with the sound of crying. "Stop crying." He was extremely impatient. "Archers, if anyone cries again, just shoot them to death." "Yes, sir." Before he even finished speaking, some of the archers who were as bloodthirsty as their lives couldn't help but attack. Immediately, a few miserable cries rang out from the crowd. Someone had already been shot through the heart and died. Fear surged through the crowd like a tide, and everyone began to flee. "Go back." The saber-wielding mercenaries began to hack and slash, and in an instant, nearly 100 people lost their lives. The citizens of the prefecture had never seen such a scene of heads rolling on the ground before. All of them were pale with fright, trembling as they returned to the center of the plaza. "All of you, stop." Song of the North Flow sneered. "Don't start fighting and killing at the drop of a hat. I've long since taught you brats to win people over with virtue and virtue. Did you all turn a deaf ear to that? Continue, demand the soldier tax." "Yes, sir." Mercenaries had crossed thousands of miles to the Shattered Cauldron realm in search of two things, money and women. Right now, Song of the North Flow wanted these two things as well. However, he boasted that he was from a prestigious family, so although he was much more cultured than the Blackstone Empire's regular army, he wasn't much better. When the girls who had been surrounded saw someone die, they couldn't help but weep softly. However, they were afraid of being killed, so they could only hold back their tears. Cry, 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 all you know is to cry. You've pissed me off. Song of the North Flow suddenly turned around and swept his blade across. Immediately, a red line appeared on the neck of one of the girls. Blood splattered everywhere, and she fell to her knees. She had never thought that her life would end like this. Accept your fate. Song of the North Flow looked coldly at the crowd and said, the Qin army will soon be defeated. They've suffered crushing defeats in both the north and the south. Do you still place your hopes on the Qin family? Stop dreaming. The Qin family can't even protect themselves. Do you think they'll protect you border commoners? Ha 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 ha, obediently become my people, and you might be able to live. The commoners wailed, and the girls trembled. A living person had turned into a corpse in the blink of an eye. Fresh blood splattered on the steps, creating a poignant red. Lumber merchant Wang Lei, 10,000 gold coins. Song of the North Flow's voice was extremely cold. Wang Lei was an old man. His entire body trembled as he said, Sir. I don't earn more than 100 gold coins a year from selling lumber. Where am I going to get 10,000? How you do it is up to you. I don't care. I didn't. The old man trembled. You didn't. Song of the North Flow raised his blade again. Then I'll send you to the afterlife. Tears streamed down the old man's face. His voice trembled as he said, Ancestors of the Qin Empire. Your Majesty, Your Highnesses, has the world really changed? Who will protect the commoners? Who will fulfill the Qin family's promise to the world? You still think the Qin family will save you? Die, you lowly old thing. The blade sliced through the air, glowing with a faint golden light. Everyone held their breaths. They were terrified. The mercenaries were going to kill again. However, just as the blade was about to cleave down on the old man's neck, a powerful aura suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was a spatial ripple that could shatter the void. A white figure flew over. With a clang, sparks flew everywhere. A person appeared before Song of the North Flow and the old man, grabbing the blade with a single hand. The night breeze blew. His back was to the commoners in the square. His white cloak swayed gently, and the golden-purple flowers on it could be seen clearly. You! Enough! Enough! He spoke word by word as he stared at North Flow Song. His gaze was incomparably terrifying, causing North Flow Song, a deity of the 21st ecclesiastical layer, to tremble uncontrollably. His gaze was filled with towering rage, which transformed into a killing intent that radiated outwards. The commoners were also stunned. They recognized the insignia on the cloak. It was the insignia of the Qin family. He's here, he's here. Everyone knew that their savior had arrived, but they didn't know who it was. Who do you think you are? Song of the North Flow laughed coldly. He suddenly flipped his wrist, and the blade began to spin rapidly, shaking off Lin Muyu's grasp. It moved extremely quickly, and the blade quickly turned into 3 consecutive slashes that landed on Lin Muyu's arm. However, Lin Muyu didn't move. Clang, 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 sparks flew everywhere. The blade was knocked away by a golden barrier. Song of the North Flow was dumbfounded. That was a divine wall. A cultivator with a divine wall was at least a Saint Martial King. This plane actually had a Saint Martial King. In that instant, the confidence in his heart was on the verge of collapse. He hurriedly retreated and roared, "Attack together! Destroy him!" However, it was too late. The night sky suddenly turned deathly white, as if a layer of frost had spread across the ground. At the same time, a powerful domain descended from the sky, making it difficult for everyone to move. Even breathing became extremely difficult. Lin Muyu knew how powerful Song of the North Flow was, so she decided to end this with a single move. All phenomena of heaven and earth, heed my call. A golden elephant will appear beneath Lin Muyu's feet. Elephant Whiteside. Boom! The golden elephant will swept past, directly tearing Song of the North Flow's body into a pile of flesh and blood. At the same time, Elephant Whiteside's domain power was fully activated. The invisible elephant art was activated, and all the mercenaries within range of the domain screamed as their bodies exploded and died. The pressure of the domain was enough to kill them. The other mercenaries all paled when they saw that the situation was bad. They all abandoned their weapons and fled. This young man was no longer a general of the Qin family. He was practically a god of death. In the blink of an eye, all the mercenaries had fled. Lin Muyu looked at the corpses of the commoners on the ground and knew that she had come too late. "Milord, you are. The house builder asked with a trembling voice. "I am Lin Muyu." "Heavens!" The house builder knelt down. "Greetings, King Qin. King Qin has personally come to save us." The commoners and the girls beside Lin Muyu all knelt down as well. Seeing everyone like this, Lin Muyu felt indescribably uncomfortable. She said, "All of you, rise. Leave the coastal cities and go to Winter Frost City. The army there is enough to protect you." The commoners all stood up and looked at the legendary King Qin. No one would have thought that the King Qin would be so amiable and approachable. However, the crowd began to cry. Those who had lost their loved ones also began to cry. Lin Muyu had the sovereign status. His EC was filled with the sorrow and blessings of the people. He could feel everything. What was a god? It was a gift of power and also a responsibility. Looking at the crowd, Lin Muyu slowly took a step back and knelt on one knee. She gave everyone a military salute and said in a low voice, "The Qin family is sorry for making you all suffer. However, I promise that as long as I am alive, I will definitely recover the lost land and return peace to the people of the empire. I will let the people of the empire live with dignity." As the sovereign of the Shattered Cauldron realm, King Qin was actually kneeling to her. How could anyone not be moved? The commoners all knelt down, and their sorrowful cries became one. Chapter 872. A chilly breeze spread through the forest. Tens of thousands of citizens of Qi Luo Prefecture, led by a commandant, left the city with their families and headed in the direction of Winter Frost City. Qi Luo Prefecture could no longer be lived in. This small coastal city would soon be affected by the flames of war and would be repeatedly harassed by pirates. Staying here would only mean waiting for death. Sobbing sounds could be heard everywhere. How sorrowful it was to leave one's home. Everyone knew that leaving one's home was especially miserable. Who would leave their home unless they had no other choice? In the forest several kilometers away, the clamorous sound of horse hooves could be heard. It was the escapees of the North Stream mercenary group. Approximately 2,000 cavalrymen and 500 infantrymen had left Qi Luo Prefecture in a hurry. Their leader, Song of the North, had been killed by an even stronger expert. This was like a nightmare that lingered in everyone's hearts. At this moment, these mercenaries didn't even have the time to carry the wealth and women they had plundered. They had already left the spoils of war city in a hurry. "Vice Captain, are we really going to leave just like this?" A man with 2 scars on his face gripped his saber unwillingly and said, "That person is only one person. Why should we be afraid of him? Everyone, let's attack together. I don't believe that we can't kill him. Vice Captain, even you, are an expert with the cultivation of a Saint Martial Venerable. Why are you afraid of him?" The Vice Captain was a cold-looking young man. As he spurred his horse forward, he licked his lips and said, "That person isn't as simple as you think. Let's just forget about it. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Sooner or later, we'll get even with him. When that time comes, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces." The wind swirled and howled like a ghost. The galloping crowd was immediately startled. The cavalrymen at the front all stopped their horses in unison. Lightning flashed in the sky and a figure wearing a white robe appeared. It was Lin Muyu. "You!" The vice captain's face was filled with shock and he said, "Are you trying to kill us all?" Under the moonlight, Lin Muyu's handsome face appeared extremely clear and bright. He raised his hand and slowly pulled out the Ice Origin sword. His eyes were cold as he spoke clearly. You've killed so many people in Qi-Luo Prefecture. Do you still want to leave Qi-Luo Prefecture alive? You alone want to kill thousands of us? The deputy guild leader sneered. You are too arrogant. Brothers, let's go. Archers, kill this idiot for me. Use the demon heart arrow. He he he. One by one, the archers quickly reloaded their arrows with the demon heart arrows. However, they did not know that although the demon heart arrows were the natural enemy of godly state experts, they were nothing to gods who had awakened their god walls. If they could not even penetrate the god walls, they would not be able to seize god power. Lin Muyu looked at the horses they were riding and couldn't help but laugh. A bunch of motley crew, but their horses are not bad. Nonsense. The deputy team leader sneered and said, we spent a lot of money and effort to buy these warhorses from the plains of the Thunderflame sect. Prepare to die. This time, no one will be sneak attacked by you. Is that so? Release the arrows. The arm strength of the Northern Stream Mercenary Group's mercenaries was quite outstanding. One arrow after another pierced through the air, and even Lin Muyu couldn't help but be secretly shocked. She had seen the strength of the Pishio mercenaries, and in terms of combat power, this group of Northern Stream mercenaries was clearly a notch above them. It was no wonder that they dared to land ahead of the Blackstone Empire mercenary group and plunder the cities of Shattered Cauldron Realm. Wang! The golden wall of the gourd pierced through the air and blocked all the arrows. Meanwhile, Lin Muyu took a deep breath, raised her sword, and turned into a bolt of lightning as she pounced at the deputy team leader. She roared, die! The light intensified, and the starlight became resplendent. It was initial starlight. Furthermore, after cultivating the formless elephant art, Lin Muyu's attack aura became even sharper and bitingly cold. The moment she slashed out with her sword, the deputy team leader couldn't even move on his horse and had no way to dodge. The surrounding power of heaven and earth had already been completely controlled, and he couldn't even urge his horse to retreat. He could only block the attack head-on. When he raised his sword, he felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, the Ice Origin sword was bitingly cold, and with a clang, it broke the deputy team leader's sword. The sword light flashed, and a head flew into the air. With just one initial starlight strike, a sacred heaven realm expert had already been beheaded. Heavens, the deputy team leader is dead. Deputy team leader. We will help you take care of your 12 concubines. The group of mercenaries was in chaos, and the archers forgot to continue shooting. They now knew that the strength of this sneak attacker was worlds apart from theirs. It wasn't something that could be changed by a few thousand people. Moreover, even the most powerful sacred martial supreme level deputy team leader had been beheaded. How could the others have the ability to resist? The deputy team leader is dead. Everyone, disperse and run. Everyone suddenly scattered. However, Lin Muyu stood majestically in the air. She suddenly stomped on the void with one foot, and with a bang, the ground turned deathly white. A formless and tyrannical domain aura spread out, making it impossible for the escaping people to move. Moreover, it was as if Lin Muyu's stomp had stirred up a storm, and the white ground was filled with whirling wind blades. If one escaped, they would definitely die or be injured. No one is allowed to leave. Lin Muyu was in the air, and she shouted in a low voice, all of you, dismount. The group of mercenaries was dumbfounded. They all dismounted from their warhorses and knelt on the ground. The mercenaries in front of them all begged for mercy. Milady, please spare us. All the evil was done by Song of the North Lioha. We were just trying to make a living. I know. I didn't plan to kill all of you. Lin Muyu raised her palm lightly, and wisps of supreme godly power rose up. She said with an imposing aura, those who stepped into the Shattered Cauldron Realm and killed people from the Shattered Cauldron Realm, all of you, step forward. Everyone was stunned, and they all looked at each other. Lin Muyu couldn't help but fly into a rage. She said, I've long awakened the power of a godly strategy, and I can see through people's minds. If you think you can deceive me, then go ahead and try. But if I see through you, the consequences will be eternal damnation. I can even destroy your soul. In this day and age, it was impossible not to deceive. In any case, the cultivation of the mercenaries in front of her was very low, and they couldn't see that Lin Muyu was only at the 30th celestial layer. Even if she told them that she had awakened the power of a godly strategy, they would still believe her. As expected, nearly 200 people walked out of the crowd one after another. Their faces were filled with shock, but they didn't dare to go against Lin Muyu's orders. If they did, they would probably suffer even worse consequences. Who did you kill? Lin Muyu asked indifferently. A burly man carrying a battle axe said carelessly, "Milord, we didn't kill any soldiers. We only killed some worthless hunters and fishermen." Why did you say they were worthless? Lin Muyu asked with a smile. The burly man was a smart man. He said, "Milord, from your attire, you should be one of the commanders of the Shattered Cauldron Realm's Qin army. Although I'm not very familiar with the structure of the Qin army, I know that a commander must have great foresight. A hunter and a fisherman can only bring 3 to 5 silver coins in taxes to the Qin Empire every year, but it's different for the soldiers. The training, equipment, and supplies of each soldier cost a lot of money. So, we only killed some worthless commoners. Please forgive us, milord. As long as milord doesn't hold grudges against us, I'm willing to surrender to the Qin Empire." Unfortunately, he felt the wrong pulse. He didn't know what kind of person Lin Muyu was. "You only killed commoners, right?" Lin Muyu asked. Nearly 200 mercenaries nodded in unison. "Yes, milord, please forgive us." Lin Muyu smiled. His handsome smile looked like the smile of a devil in the eyes of the others. He slowly raised his palm and said, "If you killed soldiers on the battlefield, I could still respect your dignity as soldiers. But you killed commoners. Just based on this, you are not qualified to be soldiers of the Qin Empire. All of you, go to hell." With a wave of his sword, countless starlight whizzed out. No one expected that Lin Muyu would directly end these executioners with a tyrannical 7 glorious stars transformation. Boom, 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 countless amounts of astral energy fell to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. The hundreds of mercenaries within the range of the astral energy were howling in pain. The astral energy penetrated through their bodies, evaporating their flesh and blood. Even their armors were completely melted. In the blink of an eye, not a single one of the nearly 200 mercenaries was left alive. What was left was a huge pit filled with blood and broken bones. Oh my God, the remaining group of mercenaries were dumbfounded. How was this the power of a god? It was simply the power of a devil. 7 glorious stars transformation was the unique skill of the 7 luminaries demon emperor. Thinking about what kind of person the 7 luminaries demon emperor was, he was a wanton and unrestrained demon. How could he care about the ethics of the world? He was born to kill. The 7 glorious stars transformation that he created was naturally tyrannical and filled with the aura of an expert. Moreover, if these 200 people didn't kill commoners indiscriminately, perhaps Lin Muyu wouldn't have used this skill. The divine power in his body circulated. Lin Muyu slowly sheathed the Ice Origin sword. This time, he felt much better. After stepping into the Divine King realm, the astral transformation only consumed half of his divine power. Even the backlash wasn't as strong. This proved that his soul force and divine power had greatly increased. Perhaps, when he stepped into the Divine Emperor realm, he wouldn't have any backlash when using the astral transformation. Looking at the group of scared Northern Stream mercenaries, Lin Muyu's gaze was cold. She said, "Now, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you become captives of the Qin Empire. After transformation, you'll become soldiers of my Qin family. Are you willing? If you are willing, stay. If not, leave immediately. I won't make things difficult for you. Go back to the Blackstone Empire. This isn't a place where you should stay." Everyone was dumbfounded. Very soon, many people wanted to leave. Wait a moment. Leave the warhorses behind. We'll walk. Chapter 873. Lin Muyu's voice was still cold. What he cared about was the warhorses. Feng Jixing had taken away all the remaining horses in the Longdan army camp. As a result, there were less than 1,000 soldiers in the Longdan army camp. This was not good. They urgently needed a large number of warhorses to replenish the cavalry in the Longdan army camp. The 2,000 warhorses in front of him were plump and strong. They were like a gift from the heavens. Everyone left the warhorses and weapons behind and quickly walked into the forest. When he looked again, there were about 1,000 people who had not left. They guarded their horses and weapons and looked at Lin Muyu. One of the young soldiers said respectfully, "Madam, may I ask which commander of the Qin kingdom are you?" "I am Lin Muyu." "What? Emperor Qin?" He was shocked and then murmured, "So it is the legendary Emperor Qin." "It is not embarrassing for me to be captured by Emperor Qin himself." Lin Muyu smiled and asked, "Tell me, why are you willing to stay as captives?" The young soldier said, "Your Highness, I was originally a hunter in the mountains in the Blackstone Empire. My father was killed by mercenaries and I was kidnapped to the mountains to be a bandit. After so many years, I have no one to rely on. Since your Highness is willing to take us in, it means that you think highly of us. Just for your Highness, I am willing to go through fire and water. Are all of you the same?" Lin Muyu raised his head and looked at the crowd. Nearly 1,000 people knelt down and said loudly, "We are all people who have no worries and are used to living on the edge of a knife. As long as your Highness is willing to take us in, we will go through fire and water without hesitation." "Good." Lin Muyu smiled, "All of you, get on the horses and follow me back to the Luo River estuary camp. But you are not soldiers of the Qin family yet. You have to go through training and assessment before you are qualified to be called soldiers. From now on, you have to put away the hostility and arrogance you had when you were mercenaries. Learn to restrain yourself and take responsibility. That is how real soldiers are. Do you understand?" "Yes." Satisfied, I rode on the vice leader's mount. Even after killing the vice leader, Lin Muyu didn't bear to damage this horse. She had really put a lot of thought into this. Under the moonlight, almost everyone in the group was riding a horse, leading another horse as they quickly dashed out of the forest. With just the strength of one person, they had captured 1,000 surrendered soldiers and 2,000 war horses. Lin Muyu's heart was filled with joy. The harvest from this trip to Chi Luo County was too great, it was beyond her imagination. When she returned to the camp, she could use these 2,000 war horses as the base, in addition to the war horses sent from Winter Frost City and Heaven's Pivot Province. With a little reorganization, she could at least form nearly 10,000 cavalrymen of the Longdan army camp. With a little training, they could restore their peak combat strength. As for the 20,000 cavalrymen of the Longdan army camp taken away by Feng Jixing, forget it. Just treat it as a gift. Judging from the situation, he didn't intend to exchange it. After all, he was Feng Jixing. However, Lin Muyu also knew that it was really too difficult for Yunzhong Pass to resist the 100,000 Long Ji army camp, 100,000 wolf soldiers, and nearly 200,000 troops. At this time, Feng Jixing needed elite soldiers more than ever. If he didn't give him full support, the wolf soldiers would march straight in from the north. They would first attack Tongtian Province, and then Sangnan Province. Sangnan Province was known as the granary of the empire. There were thousands of miles of fertile fields, and the annual grain output accounted for nearly 40% of the empire. Sangnan Province must not be lost, otherwise, military grain would be a big problem. At the thought of this, the joy in Lin Muyu's heart was immediately diluted. It turned out that there were still so many troublesome matters, and there would always be so many problems waiting for him to solve. His heart was so tired. But he knew that it was all worth it. That girl would return sooner or later. When he thought of Qin Yin, his heart slightly warmed, and he really wanted to hug her again. All of this shouldn't be a fantasy, right? Opposite shore, celestial pole continent. The sound of war drums rumbled. 2 days ago, a group of people holding the flag of the Blackstone Empire's Gale Legion launched a sneak attack on 3 granaries of the Celestial Empire in the forest bordering the border. They set fire to them and burned them for half a day, causing the Celestial Empire to lose countless provisions. This action also caused a great deal of wrath within the Celestial Empire. No one had expected that the Blackstone Empire would actually take the initiative to launch an attack. To the east of the Boundary Steel, there was a vast plain that stretched for thousands of miles. The plain was covered with densely packed military camps. From the Boundary Steel of the Tianji Empire to the Boundary Steel of the Blackstone Empire, the Celestial Empire had deployed at least 1 million mighty soldiers here. In fact, rather than saying that they had deployed a defense, it would be better to say that they were ready to make a move and were accumulating power. The closest city to the border of the Celestial Empire was called Sweet Spring City. There was a temporary imperial residence built in the city called Sweet Spring Palace. At this time, all the royalty of the Celestial Empire were living in Sweet Spring Palace, waiting for an unprecedented war to break out. At night, the red-crowned crane lanterns lined up in a row in the Sweet Spring Palace, illuminating the long corridor. Maids carried delicacies and fruit trays in their hands as they slowly walked past. Tonight was a feast, because it happened to be the birthday of the first prince, Qin Qian. Birthday, more formal, not a term used for a memorial service. In the main hall of the temporary imperial residence, the lights were ablaze, and the nobles were all gathered together. In addition, there was a group of high-ranking generals who had put down their weapons. The total military strength of the entire Celestial Empire was close to 1.5 million, and they were divided into 6 major corps and 21 minor corps. There were countless generals at the level of vassal kings, commanders, deputy commanders, and captaincy. Naturally, such a feast was almost overcrowded. Cough, cough, cough. In the host's seat, Emperor Qin Hai was leaning on the arms of a maid, coughing violently. However, he still welcomed the officials with a smile, drinking cup after cup of wine and tasting the delicacies. Qin Qian was sitting beside Qin Hai, his face flushed, and he was overwhelmed by the congratulations of the officials. As for Qin Yu, he was the only one who came with a sword. There was a slight smile on his face, but it seemed very forced. At this time, an official with a protruding mouth and cheeks like a monkey walked forward and bowed to Qin Qian. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, this subordinate is the governor of Eastern Sun City, Lu Hui. My aides have traveled the world and found an agile girl in the mountains. Her name is Su Ling. She is slender and graceful, and can sing and dance well. She is specially presented to your Highness." "Oh. Bring her here." Qin Qian smiled. "Yes." Behind Lu Hui, a young girl slowly walked forward. She was indeed a peerless beauty. Her body was slim, and her face was beautiful. After she bowed, her voice was like the sound of nature. "This little girl, Su Ling, greets your Highness, greets your Highness." Qin Hai's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but smile. The beauty presented by Governor Lu is indeed extraordinary. Lu Hui was flattered. "Your Highness, you praise me too much. Today is the birthday of your Highness, and as a subject, this is only my duty." "Ha ha ha," Qin Hai laughed and said, "Come, bestow 10 bolts of brocade and 1,000 taels of gold to Lady Lu Hui." "Thank you, your Highness." Lu Hui hurriedly knelt down, his face full of joy. Qin Qian, on the other hand, impatiently waved his hand. "Su Ling, beauty, come to me." In the blink of an eye, the girl was already sitting in Qin Qian's arms. This crown prince didn't care about the occasion at all. Perhaps, the entire Celestial Empire didn't care about the occasion at all. Seeing Qin Qian holding a beauty and reciting poems, Qin Yu's anger became even more intense. "Your Highness, please calm down." Behind him, Liao Yang said in a low voice. "Sigh." Qin Yu sighed, his face full of anger. "The enemy is right in front of us, and instead of maintaining discipline in the barracks, we are here at Xiaoyao's place. How preposterous, Liao Yang and the other advisors of the second prince were silent, not knowing what to say. This scene was the norm in the Celestial Empire. Emperor Qin Hai and Crown Prince Qin Qian had always been indifferent to court affairs, let alone military affairs. In front of the emperor's steps, the flattering ministers presented their birthday gifts, and the smile on Qin Qian's face grew even wider. Finally, Qin Yu couldn't stand it anymore and stood up with his hand on the hilt of his sword. "My son, Qin Yu, what's wrong?" Emperor Qin Hai was the first to notice his son's uneasiness. Qin Yu stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Father, I have something to say." But his voice was almost completely drowned out by the voices of the musicians and singers behind him. Instantly, Qin Yu was filled with anger. He turned around and bellowed, "Stop! Musicians and singers, get out of here." His voice contained divine power, and it almost shook the entire hall of Oasis Palace. Qin Hai frowned. "My son, Qin Yu, what's going on?" "Father, I have something to say." "Speak." Qin Yu put his hand on the hilt of his sword and said, "The war at Shattered Cauldron Realm has reached a stalemate. The Tianji Empire's Long Ji Corps, Flowing Ji Corps, and Tianji Dragon Riders have been fighting continuously on the Qin Empire's land. It is said that they suffered their first setback at the Luo River estuary and lost many soldiers. Within their country, only Zhangqing commands the Lanji Corps and the Yanji Corps, a total of 500,000 soldiers. They are stationed at many passes on the border, and their military forces are very scattered. It can be said that the Tianji Empire is somewhat tired of dealing with the current war." "Why are you talking about war again?" Qin Hai frowned. "Didn't we agree to only talk about romance today?" "But father..." Qin Yu didn't give in and said, "The war is like a raging fire, and there is no room for slacking. The opportunity now is fleeting, and if we keep waiting, we will only miss a good opportunity." Qin Qian couldn't help but laugh. "Second brother, you are exaggerating again. Who is Zhangqing?" "He is a famous general of the Saint Martial God level. When Zhangqing is fighting, we don't even know where he is. Moreover, Zhangqing now has 500,000 soldiers under his command. Who can be sure that they can win against him?" Qin Yu was speechless. Just like what Qin Qian said, Zhang Cheng was a famous general of the present age. He lived for 67 years, and started fighting at the age of 17. He had been fighting for a whole 50 years, and he had 84 heavenly caves cultivation. Who could say that they could win against him? At this moment, another official stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I think that what the second prince said is reasonable. The situation in the celestial pole continent is changing rapidly. We can't keep waiting, or we will become passive. By then, I'm afraid it will be too late for regrets." "Dongqing Wang, do you also agree with what Qin Yu said?" Qin Hai asked. "Yes, Your Majesty." Dongqing Wang was one of the vassal kings, and he had a lot of troops under his command. His support undoubtedly gave Qin Yu a big backing. Qin Yu looked at Dongqing Wang from afar, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. Dongqing Wang smiled slightly and nodded to show his respect. At this moment, Qin Hai stood up and was supported by two maids on either side of him, preventing him from collapsing. After coughing violently a few times, he said, "Since we are going to fight, then you, tell me, how should we fight?" Chapter 874. Qin Yu didn't express his opinion directly. He just said respectfully, "I'm just a greenhorn. I don't know much about strategies. Let's listen to the opinions of the generals and lords first." "All right, lords. Tell me, how should the Celestial Empire fight this war?" Qin Hai said. Everyone was solemn. A trace of jealousy flashed through Crown Prince Qin Qian's eyes. Today was his birthday, but Qin Yu actually wanted to discuss this in public. This was simply a slap in the face. He didn't give him any face at all. At this moment, another old general stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the fire element province of the Tianji Empire is located in a remote area. It's almost 2,000 miles away from Tianji City. The mountains are high and the roads are long. My informants have already found out that Zhang Cheng has 200,000 soldiers in the East Peace Province, but only 100,000 soldiers in the Fire Element Province. If we attack immediately, we can reach the capital of the Fire Element Province in 1 day and 1 night. The Fire Element Province is rich in ironware. More than half of the iron ore of the Tianji Empire comes from the Fire Element Province. As long as we take the Fire Element Province first, the people of the Tianji Empire can only fight with our soldiers with fire sticks. The officials laughed. Chen Hai also couldn't help but laugh and said, Duke Tianyu's words are reasonable. Do you have any other opinions? As soon as he finished speaking, another old civil official stood up and said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, I have a different opinion. As we all know, the Tianji Empire doesn't have many troops left behind. Among them, Zhang Cheng's troops are the most elite. Duke Tianyu avoiding the brunt of the attack and attacking the Fire Element Province is indeed a brilliant plan, but I think that instead of avoiding the brunt of the attack, it's better to gather the warriors of the 3 armies of the Tianji Empire and attack East Kham City fiercely. When East Kham City is breached, Zhang Cheng, the old dog, will die. Our army first breaks through East Kham Province, and then we can directly attack Tianji City and capture Baiming Yuan, the Dog Emperor. Once Tianji City is breached, everything in the Tianji Empire will be over. Duke Tianyu was so angry that his beard flew up. He said, Marquis Nanyang is a traitor. How dare you harm my lord? The Marquis of Nanyang was also angry. Duke Tianyu, how can you be so rude? Duke Tianyu said, although our army is elite, our combat power is far from that of the Yanji Corps. Zhang Cheng is even more cunning. You said that we should directly attack East Kham City, but if we can't take it down after a long time and the 3 armies are exhausted, then Zhang Cheng will mobilize the army of the Fire Element Province to attack us from the flank. Wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? You framed our army like this. If you aren't a traitor, then what are you? Lord Nanyang was so angry that his face turned pale. Tianyu Duke, you're slandering me. You old B******. You old dog, don't talk nonsense. Dongchen Wang laughed so hard that his tears were about to fall down. Chen Yu also shook his head helplessly. Although the Celestial Empire was full of talented people, the real authority lay in the hands of these useless old fogies. After all, they were all ministers who assisted his father, Chen Hai. Many of them had once made great contributions to the empire, but they were all old now, and no longer fit to discuss matters in the imperial court. Chen Hai's scalp went numb. He coughed violently again and said, Don't quarrel. Why don't you say something? What do you think? Chen Yu bowed respectfully and said, Father, I think we should not discuss how to attack the Tianji Empire, but how to attack the Blackstone Empire. Ah! Chen Hai was stunned. Dongchen Wang was also stunned. Your Second Highness, why do you say that? We should attack the Blackstone Empire instead of the most threatening Tianji Empire. What's the meaning of this? Chen Yu smiled and said, Uncle, the Tianji Empire still has Zhang Cheng and 500,000 soldiers. Even if we attack them, it will take at least half a year to finish the war. But the Blackstone Empire is different. Their Marshal Bailey Qin personally led the army to the Shattered Cauldron world, bringing with him the Pale Flame Corps and the Sea Breeze Corps. There are only 200,000 soldiers left in the country. As far as I know, the Blackstone Empire has been in a series of civil wars recently. Many mercenary corps have begun to plunder and invade various prefectures. At least half of the 200,000 soldiers in the Gale Corps have to annihilate the Mercenary Corps, and the other half have to guard the 13 passes on the border. There are only 8 or 9,000 soldiers at each pass. If we can't defeat such an opponent, then we can forget about unifying the Celestial Pole continent. Dongchen Wang frowned and said, Your Second Highness's strategy is indeed shrewd and ruthless. But, if we attack the Blackstone Empire, that old dog Zhang Qing suddenly makes a long-distance raid and directly attacks our capital, Laohan City, what should we do? Don't worry, Zhang Cheng wouldn't dare. Chen Yu's eyes turned cold and he said, maybe soon, even Zhang Cheng will have to go to the Shattered Cauldron world. Why? Chen Hai was also surprised. Why are you so sure? Chen Yu said, because Lin Muyu of the Shattered Cauldron world won't be defeated so easily. With just Bai Minghuan and 2 armies, I'm afraid Lin Muyu won't be able to throw away his armor. Chen Qian smiled and said, second brother, don't brag so much that you'll lose your teeth. Lin Muyu is thousands of miles away on the other side. How can you be so sure that Lin Muyu won't be defeated? Because I've seen him, and I know his sharp edge. This kind of person won't be defeated so easily. What? When did you see him? Chen Hai was shocked. Chen Yu smiled and said, Father, do you still remember that a few months ago, Tianji sect Si Kong Yao and Tianji dragon rider Lin Tongtian went to Lao Han City? Yes, I still remember. The young man following Si Kong Yao is Lin Muyu. What? Chen Hai was shocked. The Qin king of the Shattered Cauldron world came to Lao Han City. How could I not know? I didn't know his identity at first. It was only after Lin Muyu and the others left that I realized. Father, Lin Muyu's strength, strategy, and courage are far above me. How can such a person be defeated so easily when he has the support of the entire Shattered Cauldron world? Moreover, Lin Muyu has many capable people around him. Feng Jixing, Chu Chu, Tang Xiaoxi, Xiang Yu, and the others are all geniuses. The Tianji Empire wants to destroy the Shattered Cauldron world with only 2 armies. That's a fool's dream. Lin Muyu is so scary. Chen Hai almost couldn't sit still. He said, if we attack the Blackstone Empire now, when will we attack the Tianji Empire? Chen Yu smiled and said, don't worry, father. Let the Tianji Empire and Lin Muyu fight. The fiercer they fight, the better. If Zhang Cheng is really sent to the Shattered Cauldron world, then the outcome is set. The person who will unify the entire plane in the future will definitely be you, father. Then, there will only be one emperor in this world, and that is you, father. Hearing this, Chen Hai beamed with joy. Good, well said. As expected of my son, Chen Hai. Chen Yu cupped his hands and bowed. Father, I request for military authority. Let me lead the army to attack the Blackstone Empire. All right. Someone, bring me the 3 army tiger tally. The servant respectfully walked forward with the box. After opening the box, there were a total of 6 tiger talismans. Chen Hai said, these 12 tiger talismans are used to mobilize the troops of the 6 armies. The commanders of each army will hold half of one. The other 6 are with me. Only when 2 tiger talismans are with you can you mobilize the troops. This time, the expedition. Wait a moment, father. Qin Qian suddenly stood up. Father, how can you be so careless with the military affairs of the country? Second brother is eager to gain merit, but in the end, he is still too young. Moreover, father is already drunk today. Even if you want to bestow the tiger talismans, why don't you wait until tomorrow morning? When father sobers up, then bestow the tiger talismans to second brother. What do you think? Chen Hai was startled. Then, he nodded. Fine. Tomorrow it is. Wait one more day. Yes, father. Chen Yu respectfully bowed. After lowering his head, his face was filled with anger. Late at night, Sweet Spring Palace. After dismissing the attendants, only Chen Hai and Qin Qian remained. Qian, why did you stop me? Chen Hai asked. Qin Qian said, Imperial father, second brother is an ambitious person. Not to mention he's still so young. Even though he's rendered a great deal of meritorious military service in the past, he's still too impatient. Today it would seem like second brother yearns for power too much. If Imperial Father really passes the military authority to him, would he still be satisfied with the authority before him after second brother conquers the cities of the Darkstone Empire? Can Father be sure that second brother doesn't want to rule the world and stand above all? This, Chen Hai frowned. He is your little brother, our son. Qin Qian smiled. This son knows that imperial father is a sage, but the temptation of power is too great. I doubt if second brother can resist it. In my opinion, it is better not to give second brother too much military power for the time being. This will cause him to lose himself. Once he really sinks into the abyss of power, what if he leads the army to turn against us? What can imperial father do to stop him? Father can also see that the majority of the generals in the hall are on second brother's side. That can't be, right? Chen Hai muttered. You, can't possibly kill his father and usurp the throne. A man's heart is hard to predict, father. Even if he is your son, once he achieves great merits, it is hard to guarantee that he won't develop evil thoughts. I ask father to reconsider. This is all this son has to say. I know. Chen Hai slowly sat down. Waving his hand, he said, Go, I will think about it. Yes. The next day, Chen Hai promoted Chen Yu to the position of vanguard general, leading 5,000 troops to attack the Blackstone Empire. In fact, Chen Yu didn't even receive a single tiger tally. When he received the imperial edict, he was so angry that his entire body trembled. He slammed the imperial edict on the table and circulated his godly energy, instantly tearing the imperial edict and the table to pieces. You want us to attack the Blackstone Empire with only 5,000 men? What difference is there from sending us to our deaths? Liao Yang was enraged. I will go find His Majesty and ask for clarification. Don't go. Chen Yu sat there dejectedly. His expression was stern. There must be someone gossiping in front of father. Don't let me find out who it is. Since father wants me to attack the Blackstone Empire, then 5,000 men it is. I will prove to father that 5,000 men can also attack cities and gain merits. Second prince, are you serious? What do you think? Chen Yu took a deep breath and said, Liao Yang, go to the Celestial Extremity sect immediately and send my regards to the sect master. Take my letter and ask for reinforcements. I'll send as many as the sect master can give. Otherwise, I'll be courting death if I attack the city with my official army alone. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 875. Amidst the rumbling sounds of war drums, the South once again raised their weapons. Empire Calendar, Year 7742, May 19th, the Blackstone Empire's 200,000 elite soldiers and 50,000 surrendered soldiers, totaling 250,000, attacked Su Jiantao's dragon-slaying pass. Outside the dragon-slaying pass, banners covered the sky. Countless Blackstone Empire's troops were already wildly preparing for battle. Each and every one of them wore a fierce expression, their eyes filled with greed as they stared at the pass that stood between two mountain ranges. Dragon-slaying pass. During the era of their ancestors, a dragon descended from the heavens and devoured the common people. Afterwards, it was killed by a vassal king who guarded Hundred Ridge City with a single slash of his sword. As a result, the fortress that was built afterwards was called Dragon-slaying Pass. Even the Dragon-slaying Pass's conference hall had the head of that giant dragon hanging in front of it, even though it was only a low-level pseudo-dragon. They're finally here. On top of the pass, a group of Qin family generals stood in great numbers. Among them, the one wearing commander's armor was precisely Su Jiantao. His hand was resting on the hilt of his sword, trembling slightly. His pair of tiger-like eyes looked at the enemy army in the distance, only to see the cruel and ruthless Blackstone Empire troops uniformly raising 3-meter-long spears. Every spear was pierced with a head, and those heads belonged to the imperial soldiers who had followed Yao Yuan and died in battle in Linghan City. Apart from that, there were also many heads of the common people. At a glance, there were at least 10,000 heads. Su Jiantao's hand trembled even more violently, his eyes surging with deep hatred. He said, "Bastards, these bastards. The bandits of the Blackstone Empire aren't human, they're a group of uncivilized beasts." Next to him, the deputy general said, "Marquis, the Blackstone Empire's bandit army has arrived. It seems that they didn't suffer as many losses as we thought." Their main force is still around 200,000, and they've even enslaved the Sky Province's prefectures, turning them into their vanguard army. How should we fight this battle? We can't possibly use our magicite cannons to greet our former comrades, can we? Let's act according to the circumstances. Besides, we are running low on cannonballs. Most of the cannonballs from Lanyan City and Winter Frost City have been sent to the Luo River Estuary, Cloud Middle Pass, and Seven Seas City. We have less than 10% left. I'm afraid that we will run out of cannonballs after a few rounds of bombardment. If we don't use magicite cannons, how will we stop the Blackstone Empire? Use bows, arrow boxes, and ballistae. Su Jiantao clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Use everything that can be used. Behind us are more than 10 prefectures and millions of people in the Lingnan province. We must not let the beasts of the Blackstone Empire cross over. Otherwise, you and I will be the sinners of the Qin Empire. But, the deputy general's voice trembled as he said, we only have 50,000 soldiers, and most of them are new recruits with less than a month of training. How can we resist 200,000 elites? Don't shake the morale of the army. Su Jiantao looked coldly at the deputy general and said, it doesn't matter if you and I die here, but we can't lose the face of His Highness' reign, and we can't lose the people of the Longdan army camp. In the end, it's the Longdan army camp that guards the dragon-slaying pass. It's the strongest army of the Qin Empire. Don't talk about those cowards anymore. The soldiers of the Longdan army camp never fear war or death. But Marquis, stop talking. Go count the number of arrows and conscript the civilians in the pass. Let all the workers come into the city and cut down the birch forest in the back of the mountain to help us make arrows. In addition, take out the flag of the Longdan army camp and hang it up. I want our brothers to know that they are members of the Longdan army camp. Even if they die in battle, they will go to hell with me as soldiers of the Longdan army camp. Yes, Marquis. The sounds of the war drums became more and more intense, and the army outside the city was ready to make a move. However, there was still no movement until the afternoon. When the soldiers on the walls of the city were about to become impatient from waiting, another drumming rhythm finally sounded out. The battle formation of the Darkstone Empire made way, and a group of soldiers dressed in khaki clothes appeared behind them. They were the surrendered soldiers of the Qin army. They're here, a captaincy gnashed his teeth and said, do they want the surrendered soldiers to die in the front? The Qin people didn't kill the Qin people, so they are forcing us to submit. Despicable Bailey Qin. Su Jiantao took a deep breath and said, surrendered soldiers. Don't shoot first. Yes. The deputy general was stunned and said, we are not going to defend the city. No, defend. Su Jiantao squinted his eyes and said, look carefully, do you know anyone among the surrendered soldiers? Yes. A 10-man squad leader said loudly, Marquis, the black-faced man at the front is called Zhang Shaoxi. He is from the same hometown as me. Last year, he was sent to Linghan City to guard the city, but he was captured. Marquis, I know a few people. That one, and that one. They used to be part of the garrison of Bailing City. Later on, they were transferred to join the navy. Shouts resounded out successively, and it allowed Su Jiantao to discern some subtle information. Indeed, the members of the Darkstone Empire were ruthless and ferocious, and they would absolutely not allow their own people to give their lives away first. So they'd organized these 50,000 surrendered soldiers to attack the city first. These surrendered soldiers utterly didn't possess any decent weapons in their possession, and they were either rusty halberds or broken iron swords. Moreover, the clothes they wore were temporarily pieced together from the clothes of commoners, and they didn't seem like a real army at all. Pass down the order, no one is allowed to shoot these surrendered soldiers. Su Jiantao smiled and said, I should be thanking Bailey Qin for giving me 50,000 reserve soldiers. Men, prepare to pass down the order. When these surrendered soldiers get close to the city, immediately open the gates and let them in. Yes. Please don't, Marquis. The deputy general said angrily, is Marquis trying to put Zhan Long in a difficult situation? Once we open the gates, the surrendered soldiers will rush in and it'll be hard to close the gates. The tiger-leopard cavalry of the Blackstone Empire will charge into the city. How are we going to defend against them? Don't worry, they won't charge in. Su Jiantao said confidently. Why should we? Su Jiantao smiled. Deputy General Wang, do you remember when I ordered you to lead the troops out of the city 3 days ago and dig a hole a few miles away from the city? Then fill it up and keep the soil fresh. I know, but what does that have to do with all of this? The Deputy General was stunned. Of course it has to do with it. We don't have any extra magic crystal cannons to set up an underground cannon array. That's why I ordered you to dig over 10,000 holes outside of the city as a diversion. Bailey Qin will definitely be able to see these holes, but he doesn't know what I'm thinking. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. They don't know if there really is a cannon array outside of Zhanlong Pass, so I'm sure that Bailey Qin won't dare to send an army to follow the surrendered soldiers into the city. Be at ease and boldly open the gates. The Deputy General was suddenly enlightened, his face full of pleasant surprise. The Marquis really is a godly strategist. No wonder, no wonder. I understand, I'll do it right away. On the city walls, orders to not shoot could be heard everywhere. Sure enough, not a single one of the tens of thousands of soldiers guarding Zhanlong Pass shot an arrow. When the surrendered soldiers came trembling with fear and weapons in their hands, Su Jiantao jumped onto the battlements and flashed his military rank, shouting in a low voice, I am the Marquis of Tsangnan, Su Jiantao. I know that you have been forced to surrender. Today, I'll give you a chance to pledge your loyalty to the Empire. All of you, enter the city. Don't push and trample, there will naturally be divine soldiers that will cover your retreat. The surrendered soldiers below the city walls were dumbfounded. Creak, creak, the iron chains twisted, and the city gates slowly opened. The great gates of Zhanlong Pass were opened just like that. The surrendered soldiers' eyes suddenly became clear, as if they could see the light of day again. The ups and downs of life came too quickly. Just a moment ago, they felt that they would die in humiliation under the blades of their own people. Now, they were actually forgiven so quickly. One by one, they hurriedly flew into the city. The 5 great city gates of Zhanlong Pass opened at the same time. The speed at which they entered the city was extremely fast, like a tide. All magic crystal cannons aim 1,000 meters away. Cover the retreat for our brothers in the Sky Province. Su Jiantao ordered loudly. The magic crystal cannons all aimed into the distance, and raised their heads. In the main army camp of the Blackstone Empire, Bailey Qin, Bailey Yan, Fu Yu, Han Shu, and the others stood on a high platform, watching everything that was happening in the distance. However, they seemed powerless. They've switched on and received the surrendered soldiers. Bailey Yan's sword-like eyebrows were tightly locked together. Su Jiantao, that bastard. His actions are always unexpected. Why does he dare to switch on and off so boldly? Isn't he afraid that we'll take advantage of the situation and kill our way in? Even in his dreams, he wants us to kill our way in. Bailey Qin coldly said, there are tens of thousands of cannon pits outside the city. As long as our army kills our way in, he will be able to kill and injure tens of thousands of our empire's fierce warriors without suffering a single scratch. He really has wishful thinking. Ancestor, are we just going to watch these 50,000 surrendered soldiers go back like this? Bailey Yan was somewhat unwilling. Those who want to achieve great things must learn to be patient. These 50,000 surrendered soldiers are just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. They are not worth mentioning at all. So what if we give them to Su Jiantao? Let's wait a little longer. Once the sky turns dark, immediately dispatch elite soldiers with iron shovels. Under the protection of the shield soldiers, dig out their magic crystal cannons. Don't send too many people. Destroy them one by one, and leave Su Jiantao helpless. Yes, Marshal is wise. Fu Yu nodded. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Thousands of Blackstone Empire's elites rushed to the front of Zhanlong Pass, avoiding the shooting range of the archers. They began to wave their iron shovels and dig large pits. However, after digging one pit after another, and every pit was several meters deep, there was nothing. Immediately, everyone was at a loss. Naturally, this loss quickly aroused the anger of the Central Army's martial tent. Bastard! Bailey Chin shattered the table with a palm strike. With a pale face, he said, that bastard Su Jiantao actually dared to make fun of this marshal. Only by tearing his corpse into 10,000 pieces can I quench the hatred in my heart. Fu Yu raised his blade. Marshal, this general requests to be deployed. Let me attack Zhanlong Pass this very night. Alright, go. Yes. Chapter 876. Late at night, flames rose into the sky. Countless tiger leopard cavalry, dragon cavalry, beast cavalry, and heavy cavalry arrived at the city. As usual, Fu Yu still took on the heavy responsibility of being the vanguard. Just like when they landed on Dragon Island and broke through Ling Han City, it was always the Blue Flame Army that broke through the city first. This time, Fu Yu still wanted to keep the credit in his hands. Raise your shields, avoid the dragon flames, and protect the marquee. Although the dragon armor was hard, arrows made of white diamond could still penetrate it as long as the archer had enough strength. Looking at the Longdan army camp, an expert like Wei Chou could kill a dragon within 50 meters with one arrow. Although the other group of elite archers' arm strength and cultivation couldn't compare to Wei Chou's, they could still injure the dragon with a series of attacks. On the city wall, the shields were burning red and smoking. However, this round of attack from the dragon cavalry clearly didn't achieve the effect that the Blackstone Empire wanted. Originally, the dragon flames could melt steel and kill the soldiers behind the shields, but this time, it didn't. This was because these shields were all engraved. Although it was only a level 1 fire control seal that cost 100 blades, it was enough to save the lives of the soldiers. The city wall was in chaos. After avoiding the first round of attack from the dragon cavalry, the soldiers on the city wall immediately threw down arrows. Below the city wall, the densely packed Blue Flame Army screamed. However, if one of them died in battle, someone would immediately take his place, running towards the edge of the city wall with ladders and chariots. As long as they could set up the ladders, Dragon Slaying Pass would be in danger. Kacha! Su Jiantao jumped onto the city wall and slashed his long sword horizontally, cutting 2 tiger leopard cavalry in half. At the same time, he shouted, "It's done, fire!" Vice Commander, yes, Marquis. Pass the order, fire. This small voice was nothing on the several kilometers long battlefront. At this time, it was very difficult for anyone to hear what they were saying. Below the city walls, Fu Yu held his saber and rode on his warhorse. He sniffed the air with all his might and said, "What is this smell? It is familiar." "I don't know." The 2 deputy commanders shook their heads. At this moment, faint smoke began to rise from the ground within 200 meters of the city. Only then did Fu Yu realize that the ground in front of the city was filled with holes the size of a fist. Smoke was coming out of them, and he could even see wisps of flames erupting from them. It was as if a volcano was descending. What's going on? What's underground? Although Fu Yu was brave but not astute, he had developed a rather good sense of smell after leading troops for so many years. He had already sensed that the situation was far from good, but there were already tens of thousands of Blue Flame Army soldiers clashing with the other party. Could there be a trap underground? Asked the deputy commander. Impossible. Fu Yu quickly denied and said, during the day, the 50,000 surrendered soldiers passed through here. If there really was a trap, they should have fallen in immediately. That was their mission. There can't be a trap. But, at this moment, crackling sounds came from underground. It was the sound of burning wood. Fu Yu was even more confused. He sniffed the air with all his might and said, "I know what that smell is. It's black beech oil." He seemed to have guessed something. On top of the city wall, Su Jiantao also revealed a smile and shouted, "Men, use the Earth Heavenly Book. It's time to let them taste the taste of a roasted pig." On top of the city wall, the Kiliarchs hidden in the crowd drew their swords. These swords were basically embryonic heavenly books, and they glowed in various colors. The next moment, countless meteorites wrapped in flames fell from the sky and crashed into the ground in front of the city wall. This crash actually caused a few sections of the ground to cave in, and flames shot up into the sky. The ground had already been hollowed out. The reason why it remained in its original state was because the bottom was filled with wooden supports, and the bottom of the supports was filled with black beech oil. The oil fueled the fire and burned off the supports. After being smashed by the Earth Heavenly Book, a chasm that was nearly 5 kilometers long and nearly 200 meters wide appeared in front of them. It was a chasm that was filled with flames. Screams filled the air as countless blue flame armies, tiger leopard cavalry, beast cavalry, and heavy cavalry fell into the fiery chasm. This was a chasm that was nearly 5 meters deep. Hiss, hiss, Fu Yu's warhorse let out a long neigh and fell into the trench of fire. Fu Yu only had time to carry the 2 deputy commanders in each hand and fly in the air. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Despicable and shameless Su Jiantao. Despicable and shameless. I will definitely tear you into pieces. On top of the city wall, Su Jiantao had already drawn his sword. Open the city gates. Cavalry, charge out and send them off. Su Jiantao's tactics were all deceitful. In terms of intelligence, he had his opponent completely in the palm of his hand. A large number of Tsangnan iron cavalry rushed out of the city and swept away the remaining blue flame soldiers at the corner of the city wall. Meanwhile, the main force of the blue flame army 500 meters away from the city wall could only watch helplessly as the front line was slaughtered. Crack! Lightning flashed, and suddenly, a figure appeared on top of the city wall. It was Bailey Qin. "Marquis, let's go." Almost at the same time, a guard behind Su Jiantao twisted the handle of his sword and activated the heavenly book. A beam of light shone down as he grabbed Su Jiantao's wrist. The two of them instantly disappeared. Buzz! Airflow reverberated. Bailey Qin's palm missed, but the dozens of soldiers behind him turned into a mist of blood. He was so angry that he decided to start a massacre on the city wall. Magic crystal cannons, calibrate at all costs. The deputy commander roared. On top of the city wall, 3 magic crystal cannons fired at the same time. Bailey Qin had just broken through the void and was unable to leave. As a result, the 3 magic crystal cannons immediately released waves of energy on the city wall, crushing the surrounding soldiers and the city wall into dust. However, Bailey Qin's body was surrounded by the thick energy of the god wall. With a furious roar, he poured the law of earth into the crowd. Countless stone awls pierced through the air, and dozens of soldiers died on the spot. Their bodies were completely pierced by the stone awls, and they died a terrible death. In the air, the dragon knights circled and poured down beams of god power. However, the Qin army did not retreat. The magic crystal cannons continuously released light in the air, mixed with white arrows and arrow boxes. They fought with their lives on the line. After nearly 10 minutes, Bailey Qin's god wall was forcefully destroyed by the magic crystal cannons, but he had already killed thousands of soldiers by himself. His god power was almost exhausted. He laughed coldly and stepped into the shattered void. The dragon knights in the air also circled and retreated. The flames of the Zhanlong Pass rose to the sky. If this was a victory for the Qin army, it was a Pyrrhic victory. In the forest far away, the two of them stood in the darkness, looking at the soaring flames in the distance as well as the silhouettes of the dragon knights reflected in the flames. Those giant dragons were like locusts wreaking havoc in the sky, leaving the human soldiers helpless. Su Jiantao felt like knives were being twisted in his heart. He clenched his fists and said, "I'm really useless. The only thing I can do is run, and run again and again." The guard said respectfully, "Marquis, the difference between us and the enemy is too great. This is the only way." His Highness, you sent me to protect you. If the enemy is strong, then retreat. If the enemy is weak, then attack. His Highness, you told you this himself. Su Jiantao nodded his head in a daze. Let's go back. Bailey Qin has already left. Yes. In this battle, Su Jiantao used a total of 15,000 barrels of black beech oil. He used up half of the black beech oil stored in the southern Ridge province. Finally, on the first day, he managed to resist the Blackstone Empire's challenge. At dawn the next day, the sky outside the city was still covered in smoke. However, those who fell into the trap were almost all dead. Inside the dragon-slaying pass, countless commoners were pushing boulders into the city to repair the city walls. While the magic crystal cannons had chased away Bailey Qin, they had also destroyed nearly a kilometer of the city wall. Su Jiantao didn't sleep the entire night. He sat on the city wall in a daze as he looked at the busy soldiers. He didn't know what he had done wrong, but in this battle, the corpses after corpses were enough to prove that he had failed. Marquis, are you all right? The deputy general, whose face was covered in dust, asked respectfully. I'm fine. Have you calculated the losses? I've calculated it. The deputy general's voice was choked with sobs. In this battle, more than 7,400 of our brothers died in battle, and more than 2,000 are injured. Most of our brothers died under Bailey Qin's hands. Once they are injured, it will be hard for them to survive. Marquis, don't say any more. Su Jiantao was filled with grievances and frustration. The Empire's casualty ratio should have been about 4:1, meaning that 4 people were injured, and 1 person died in battle. However, this time, it was almost the opposite. Bailey Qin, just how powerful was this God Emperor's cultivation? In the past, the Empire had fought against humans and demons, but this time, they were fighting against gods. The limit of human strength was simply unable to shake the power of a god. How about 50,000 surrendered soldiers? Arrange them in the rear army. Basically, there won't be any losses. The deputy general said, however, the rations of these 50,000 surrendered soldiers are a problem. In a single night, almost half of our rations have been consumed. Marquis, we need to mobilize rations from the prefectures in the rear. Otherwise, our rations will only last for 3 days. Understood. Pass down the order. Yes. Fortunately, the Blackstone Empire's losses were also quite severe. The Ashen Flame Army lost close to 20,000 men at the front. They needed to rest for 2 to 3 days before continuing to attack the city. This gave Su Jiantao some precious time to build the city walls. However, under the attacks of Bailey Qin and the god-level Dragon Knight, how could the city walls be built? This was the most painful problem for Su Jiantao. In the evening, the winged cavalry came to report. Reporting to Marquis, something bad has happened. Our rations transport team has been intercepted. What? Su Jiantao fell from his seat absent-mindedly. Holding onto the table, he asked with bloodshot eyes, who is it? What exactly is going on? The person who robbed the rations calls himself Ding Shi. He led at least 10,000 troops and suddenly appeared between us and the prefectures in the rear, completely cutting off our rations. Ding Shi? Su Jiantao was stunned. What's going on? He hurriedly looked at the map and gritted his teeth. For an army to suddenly appear in this position, it can only be from the direction of Mingshan Province's St. Peak. It's people from Mingshan Province. Yes. Ding Shi also said that he hopes that Marquis will follow him to meet someone. This will only be beneficial to us and won't harm us. Meet who? I don't know. The deputy general frowned. Ding Shi is a fickle and despicable person. Marquis, you are the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. You can't act rashly. I know what's important. Su Jiantao suddenly smiled and said, prepare the horse. I'm going. Chapter 877. In the starry night, a fast horse galloped on the official road in the forest. Regardless of the deputy general's objection, Su Jiantao only took 4 guards to meet Ding Shi. There was no other reason. Su Jiantao knew Ding Shi's character. He also knew that Ding Shi had saved the female empress Qin Yin and Lin Muyu in Xiang City. Moreover, Ding Shi never used weapons during his tenure as the marshal of the Yihe kingdom. It could be said that Ding Shi saved Qin Yin and Lin Muyu, which was equivalent to saving the entire Qin Empire. It was his kindness that changed the current situation of the history of the shattered tripod world. After galloping for hundreds of miles, a campfire appeared in the distance. A white tent was set up at the foot of the mountain. Under the light of the campfire, soldiers with spears could be seen faintly. Swish! An arrow fell from the sky and fell straight in front of Su Jiantao's horse, forcing him to stop. "Come, report your name." The captain who shot the arrow said loudly. "Su Jiantao is here to see General Ding Shi." "Oh. Marquis, come in." Several cavalrymen galloped forward and led the way for Su Jiantao. Su Jiantao's eyes were sharp. He rode slowly all the way, and his attention was completely attracted by this army. Most of the armor of this group of people was still the original armor of the Yihe kingdom. It could be imagined that they were Ding Shi's former subordinates. However, there were also some strange guys mixed in the army. Some rode wolves, some held slightly red iron pipes in their hands, and half a cigar in their mouths, looking like stinky hooligans. Who are these people? Su Jiantao frowned, full of doubts. A few minutes later, the curtain of a large tent in front of him was lifted, and a long-lost figure appeared. It was Ding Shi, one of the former 2 marshals of the Yihe kingdom. But now Ding Shi could almost be called an old general. His hair was gray, and there were some wrinkles on his face, but his eyes were still hale and hearty. "I'm Ding Shi. I've been waiting for Marquis Cangnan for a long time." Ding Shi crossed his chest with one hand, still performing the military salute of the Qin Empire. Su Jiantao dismounted and cupped his fists. "I am Su Jiantao, greeting General Ding Shi." "Marquis, you're too kind." Ding Shi looks at Su Jiantao's military salute and is a little surprised. It seems that, as the legend says, Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing have already implemented the military salute reform in the Qin army. It's interesting that the brave don't stir up trouble and the strong don't violate the ban. I don't know why General Ding Shi wants to cut off our army's supply route. Su Jiantao asked directly. Ding Shi smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Old friend, don't quarrel with me the moment we meet. I didn't come to Lingnan province to quarrel with you. Come, I'll take you to see someone." "You must, keep calm." "Oh. What kind of person can make me, Su Jiantao, lose my calm?" General Ding Shi can't be thinking that Su Jiantao is still the young boy from the Holy Temple, right? You'll know when you see him." Ding Shi lifted the curtain of the tent and walked in first, followed by Su Jiantao. There are many people sitting on both sides of the tent, but judging by their clothes, they don't look like people from Shattered Cauldron World. Su Jiantao suddenly frowned. The aura of these young men and women is extraordinary, and some are even stronger than Feng Jixing and the others. Who are they? But right when Su Jiantao's gaze landed on the host's seat, the young girl that knelt on the meditation cushion, his entire body instantly trembled, and his mind went blank. That peerlessly exquisite appearance and extraordinary figure were extremely similar to a person from the legends. No. It wasn't just similar, even the disposition she emitted was exactly the same. Plop. Su Jiantao was so excited that he suddenly knelt on one knee and made a military salute. His whole body trembled, and even his voice was almost out of control. Subordinate Marquis Cangnan, Su Jiantao, kowtows to Her Highness Yin. Terrelin, who was sitting on one side, smiled. "See, another one who has mistaken me for someone else. Yin, quickly tell him that you're not Qin Yin." Yin closed her eyes and faced Su Jiantao, and said, "Marquis Cangnan, do I really look like that Empress Qin Yin? Could it be that Her Highness is not the Empress?" Su Jiantao was somewhat at a loss. Nope. She moved her red lips and seemed to be somewhat regretful. Perhaps, Su Jiantao was stunned. His eyes looked around and finally fell on one person. He immediately pulled out his sword and shouted, "Xiang Yu, you traitor. The Empire has treated you well, but you actually betrayed us." Xiang Yu's expression was calm, as if he had long guessed that Su Jiantao would be like this. "Marquis Tsangnan, don't be in a hurry to curse. I submitted to Xin because I don't want the people of Mingshan province to be plunged into misery and suffering. It sounds nice, but you're just greedy for life and afraid of death. Whatever you say." Su Jiantao gritted his teeth, suddenly stood up, and said to the guard behind him, "Someone, immediately send a letter to the Luo River Estuary Fortress, tell Her Highness Yu that Her Highness Qin Yin is in Lingnan Province, and tell her to come to Dragon Slaying Pass immediately." "Yes." "Wait." Ding Shi raised his hand to stop him. "Marquis Tsangnan, Her Highness Lin Muyu is currently guarding the Luo River Estuary. If he comes and the Luo River Estuary is lost, can you bear this responsibility?" Su Jiantao's eyes flickered. He once again knelt down on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Her Highness Yu, this subordinate does not know why you don't acknowledge your identity, but this subordinate is very clear about everything Lin Muyu has done for you. He has shouldered the responsibility that you should have shouldered, racked his brains, was covered with cuts and bruises, fought for 6 years, and waited for you for 6 years. Her Highness Yu, I beg you, don't let him wait for so long." Lin Muyu, Xin frowned. "But I don't have him in my memory. Do you want to force me to fall in love with someone I don't know?" This subordinate, Su Jiantao gritted his teeth. He didn't know what to say. After nearly half a minute, he suddenly raised his head and said, "Her Highness Yu, what if this subordinate can prove that you are Qin Yin?" "Oh. How do you want to prove it?" Xin asked. "Bloodline." Su Jiantao said, "You are a member of the Qin family. You have the bloodline of the Qin family's supreme emperor. Your bloodline has a tyrannical power called the God-binding lock. I think you must also know the power of this martial spirit. Your Highness, please summon the God-binding lock immediately. Only the Qin family has the God-binding lock. This is enough to prove everything." "But," Xin murmured, "I don't know the power of the God-binding lock. Don't make things difficult for me, Marquis Tsangnan." "No, you are Qin Yin." Su Jiantao clenched his fist so hard that it made a buzzing sound. His nails dug into his flesh and blood seeped out. He said each word sonorously, "I beg you, open your eyes and look at this subordinate. Look at this world that originally belonged to you. Everyone in this world is waiting for you to rule the world again. Your Highness Yu, please open your eyes and look at this subordinate. Maybe, it can make you remember the past." "Do you really want Xin to open her eyes?" "Don't regret it," Terralyn said lightly. "This subordinate will never regret it. Well, Xin, open your eyes and look at him. Let him look at you." "Okay." Xin gently nodded. Her eyelashes were surrounded by golden flames. She slowly opened her eyes, and suddenly, an invisible scorching aura filled the surroundings. When Xin completely opened her eyes, a pair of golden red eyes of blazing light turned into the power of a domain that was the best in the 3 realms. The surrounding group of people almost couldn't breathe. This was a very uncomfortable feeling. Xiang Yu couldn't help but lower his head. Even though he had seen the eyes of blazing light once, he still didn't want to face this kind of eyes that seemed to belong to a true god again. A beast-like gurgling sound came from Su Jiantao's throat. He felt as if he had fallen into purgatory. He couldn't move, and every inch of his skin seemed to be burning. Under the gaze of the eyes of blazing light, he would rather choose death than to bear this kind of fear and deterrence. But as one of the commanders of the Longdan army camp, Su Jiantao still put one fist on the ground and maintained his original kneeling posture. He gritted his teeth and said, "You. Are you really not Her Highness Xin?" Xin stared at him and slowly nodded. "I don't think so." At least, your Highness Xin doesn't have such eyes, right? Yes, Su Jiantao finally couldn't help but lower his head. His nose was sour, and tears flowed out of his eyes and splashed on the ground. Xin slowly closed her eyes. She knew that no one in this world would be willing to be stared at by her like this. Compared to them, she was like a living monster. Ding! She looked at Su Jiantao with clear eyes and suddenly smiled. The Cangnan province chain artillery formation defeated the main force of the Blackstone Empire, and then forced the Fuyu army to retreat with a false strategy in Zhanlong Pass. Why is the famous general of the Qin army, Su Jiantao, crying here? Xiang Yu also sneered. Su Jiantao sobbed, and his tears kept splashing on the ground. I, Su Jiantao, am not crying out of fear, but my heart aches for my commander Yu. He has waited for so long, but it's all in vain. He originally had a heaven-bestowed talent, enough to be favored by any emperor in the heaven realm, but he lingers in this insignificant broken cauldron world, suffering in the war. Ding! She was silent. Xiang Yu gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. On the other hand, Terralyn seemed to be moved. Her eyes were red, and her nose was sour. She almost cried as she asked, Su Jiantao, that Lin Muyu really has such deep feelings for Qin Yin? Su Jiantao looked up at Terralyn and said, Su Jiantao, am a boorish man. I don't know what love is all my life, but I know that His Highness Yu sealed himself for 4 years for Qin Yin, then entered purgatory, challenged the Ghost Emperor, entered the Celestial Pole continent, fought with Demon Emperor-level experts, and got himself covered in wounds, all for the promise he once made to His Highness Yu's father, Great Emperor Qin Jin. He could have been at ease in Xiaoyao, with a group of wives and concubines, but now, he is still waiting alone in the cold night. If this isn't love, then what is? Terralyn pursed her red lips and said, Xin, if you are really Qin Yin, I am very envious of you. By the way, Su Jiantao, that His Highness Yu, is he handsome? Su Jiantao frowned. His Highness Yu's handsomeness is unparalleled in the entire empire. Then he is so handsome that he has no friends? Yes. Xin, I am even more envious of you. Terralyn giggled, easing the originally oppressive atmosphere. At this time, Xin said slowly, Su Jiantao, are you willing to listen to my orders? If you are, I will help you guard Dragon Slaying Pass. How about it? This, Su Jiantao frowned, but said, I refuse. Why? Dragon Slaying Pass is the land of the Qin family. It is not something that I, Su Jiantao, can decide. But, with the troops in your hands, are you a match for Bailey Qin and Bailey Yan? No, but I will do my best to fight. I will have a clear conscience and a clear conscience for the people. You are indeed a good general, but it is a pity that you are too stupid. Xin slowly raised his palm and said, Guards, detain Su Jiantao. Tomorrow at dawn, go to Dragon Slaying Pass and take over all the defense of Dragon Slaying Pass. Ensure that the civilians in the pass are not plundered. Su Jiantao was stunned. Your Highness, are you going to use force? Yes. Then I have changed my mind. I am willing to surrender to your Highness, but your Highness must change your banner to that of the Qin army. Moreover, as long as your Highness Yu gives the order, I will still listen to his orders. Is that okay? This, Xin frowned. Otherwise, this subordinate would rather bite off my tongue and commit suicide. All right, I promise you. Thank you, Your Highness. Chapter 878. On the next day, besides the violet Yinghua flower flag, another flag of the Shiyin Corps had risen within Dragon Slaying Pass, and it caused the scouts of the Darkstone Empire that were watching from afar outside the pass to be completely bewildered. Shiyin has appeared again, in the forest. Bailey Qin, Fu Yu, and the others gazed at the Dragon Slaying Pass. Bailey Qin was dressed in military attire, his face full of anger. This little girl is stretching her hands too far. Does she want even the Dragon Slaying Pass? Fu Yu clenched his fists and said, Marshal, I feel that Shiyin seems to be intentionally going against our Darkstone Empire. She said that she doesn't want to see slaughter, but isn't she actually trying to fight for territory with us? The dragon-slaying pass and the heavenly saint pass have both fallen into her hands. This means that the two westward passages on the White Radiance Mountain are in her hands. Wouldn't it be like drawing water with a sieve? Sheen wants to unify the southern ridge. Bailey Cheen frowned. The task His Majesty gave me must be completed. There's no need to say anything else. Choose 20 elite warriors to follow me into the dragon-slaying pass. I want to meet Sheen and see what she wants. Ancestor, please think thrice. Bailey Yen, who was dressed like a scholar, hurriedly said, we still don't know Sheen's true intentions. If we enter the dragon-slaying pass rashly, I'm afraid that if Sheen makes trouble, so what if she makes trouble? Bailey Cheen's lips curled up. Bailey Cheen, have dominated the celestial pole continent for more than 10,000 years. Only Sikong Ming and Lord Longxi can make me concede defeat. It's just Sheen, a level 7 battle angel. Do you think I'm afraid of her? If I hadn't rejected the Blazing Angel Wa's request to ascend back then, I'm afraid that I would at least be a four-winged angel in the Western Divine Realm who wields power over a region. Compared to an angel in charge, a battle angel is merely a lowly lackey. Yes, alright then. Bailey Yen was a little worried. Commander Fu Yu, please choose elite warriors to follow the ancestor. Fu Yu chuckled, don't worry, military advisor. I will personally accompany the marshal. That's good. In the afternoon, the mansion within the dragon-slaying pass received news from the Blackstone Empire's main camp. It was lunchtime, and under Su Jiantao's orders, the Spirit Fire Division arranged a rather sumptuous lunch. The large round table was filled with all kinds of delicacies. There were things that flew in the sky, ran on the ground, and swam in the water. The Shattered Cauldron realm was very rich in species, so there were countless wild and delicious dishes. Terralyn, Lake, and the other battle angels were amazed. Many of the delicacies had never been eaten even in the Western Divine Realm. I finally understand why the Lord Ruler insisted on competing with the 7 luminaries Demon Emperor for this spiritual mountain plain. Terralyn wiped her mouth and laughed, so it's to compete for the most delicious thing in the world. Where did this naked piece of meat come from? It's so delicious. Su Jiantao said respectfully, it's a sausage made from wild boar meat, Lady Terralyn. Oh, I see. Then, what about this plate? These messy things are actually so mellow and delicious. What is it? Could it be the brain of a holy beast? No, this plate is called crystal tofu. It was created by the former Emperor Radiant King, Qin Jin. It's also a specialty dish of the royal chefs in the Swallow Blue City's Zetian Palace. Coincidentally, one of the people from the Spirit Fire Division who came with me used to be a royal chef. Crystal tofu. Delicious. Terralyn ate heartily. Lake smiled playfully and said, Terralyn, you're the heir of the Radiant clan and a level 6 battle angel from the Divine Realm. You have to pay attention to your table manners, okay? Look, everyone's looking at you. Hee hee. Terralyn laughed, it's too delicious. I couldn't control myself for a moment. However, Su Jiantao's gaze remained fixed on Xiyin. Her bowl was already filled with food that the waitresses had placed in it, but she was only taking small bites. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and she did not comment on whether the food tasted good or bad. Especially when she tasted the crystal tofu, her body trembled slightly. Somehow, she felt as if she had tasted this dish before. Lady Xiyin, are you alright? How does it taste? Su Jiantao asked. Xiyin closed her eyes and nodded. It's delicious. Then, do you feel a sense of familiarity with this dish? Su Jiantao smiled meaningfully. If you feel that it's familiar, then that's right. This dish was created by your father, Qin Jin. When he was alive, he made it for you many times. He was recalling Sheen's memories bit by bit. He had put in a lot of effort. Sheen smiled. Perhaps. I'm not too sure myself. Is that so? Su Jiantao was slightly disappointed. On the contrary, Xiang Yu tore off a rabbit's leg and quickly finished it. He said, in another 2 hours, Bailey Qin will enter the dragon-slaying pass to discuss business. I think we should stop talking about food and think about how to deal with this God Emperor Realm Marshal of the Blackstone Empire. Moreover, Bailey Qin is an 87th level Paradise God Emperor. He's extremely strong. It's fine. Leave it to me. Xian's voice was very slow and gentle, but it was unquestionable. I hope so. Su Jiantao looked around and said, someone, go and prepare the meeting hall. Set up the bell-sucking cliff and arrange the magic crystal crossbow team outside. Also, make the guards all wear swords tempered with demon heart stone. Remember, as long as one person succeeds, Bailey Qin is finished. Terralyn couldn't help but laugh. Commander Su Jiantao, you're thinking too much. Although the demon heart stone can restrain God Realm experts, the prerequisite is that it can pierce through their skin and fuse with their blood. But these guards of yours. Forgive me for being blunt. Even if they perform 10,000 sword stabs, they might not be able to pierce through Lord Bailey Qin's God wall. Moreover, with such a long time, Lord Bailey Qin would have killed them all. So, it's better if you don't arrange it. Don't let them die in vain. Su Jiantao was a little embarrassed. He rubbed his nose and said, just in case, I'll arrange it. Up to you. As long as you're happy. At this moment, Xian wiped her mouth and stood up. I'm done eating. Terralyn, Lake, Zhou Shimin, arrange for all the Battle Angel team members to follow me to the meeting hall. Bailey Qin will definitely not give up this time. I don't think we can avoid a battle. I will make the first move. If I can't defeat him, you guys help me. Even if the 7 of us work together, as long as we can suppress Bailey Qin, he won't dare to act rashly. Yes. Terralyn, don't eat anymore, no, bring this dish to my room. I'll heat it up for dinner and continue eating. Terralyn looked at the dishes on the table. She felt like she was going to be separated forever. Su Jiantao was speechless. Lady Terralyn, although we're at war now, the resources in Lingnan are very rich. The officials in Bailing City and the nearby prefectures will constantly send delicious food here. As long as you like it, you can eat every meal. Really? Terralyn was overjoyed. Commander Su Jiantao, you're the best. Su Jiantao looked at this gluttonous battle angel with a helpless expression. If all the gods in the Western Divine Realm were so cute, then there wouldn't be any wars between the 3 realms. Even if there were, it would be for food. In the afternoon, Xian, Terralyn, and the other battle angels were all standing on the walls of Zhanlong Pass. In the distance, round craters appeared on the walls. Some looked like crescent moons, some looked like round balls. In short, they were all caused by the magic crystal cannons. The destructive energy was too terrifying. Unfortunately, it still couldn't kill a God-state expert like Bailey Qin. Ka, a soldier from the land of exile, was holding a spear as he squatted silently behind the battlements. Only half of his head was exposed, and the barrel of the spear was aimed into the distance. Through the scope, a row of cavalries was slowly walking out from the Darkstone Empire's campsite a few kilometers away. Astonishingly, Bailey Qin was at the front. Bailey Qin looked up at the dragon-slaying pass and suddenly felt someone spying on him. He looked into the scope and smiled. Ah, the sniper from the land of exile couldn't help but put down his spear, his face full of sweat. What's wrong, Ariat? Terralyn asked. Ariat was the sniper's name. He panted and said, Bailey Qin, he seems to have sensed me. Nonsense, he's a god, and you're just a holy warrior. Do you really think that your origin sniper rifle can kill a god? Ariat shook his head with lingering fear. I guess, it's impossible. Unfortunately, there's only one such origin sniper rifle in the entire Xian Corps. Terralyn shook her head regretfully and said, otherwise, if hundreds of snipers were to aim together, they might really be able to break through the divine wall and blow Bailey Qin's head off. Ariat, Xian, who had been silent all this while, said indifferently, Ariat, lead all the long-range attackers of the land of exile and stay on the city wall. Guard against the enemy's surprise attack, understand? Yes, Your Highness. A group of experts from the land of exile knelt down one after another. To them, Sheen wasn't some battle angel, but the invincible Dark Moon Queen. She was also their sovereign and the true ruler. Not long after, Bailey Cheen and the others arrived at the city wall. Looking at Sheen and the others, Bailey Cheen cupped his hands and smiled, "Lord Sheen, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to come to Dragon Slaying Pass, sorry for not coming out to welcome you." "No need to be so polite, Marshal Bailey. Let's enter the pass. We'll have a chat in the conference hall." "Yes." The door slowly opened. When Bailey Cheen, Fu Yu, Han Shu, and the others entered the pass, it immediately closed again. The hooves of the horses stepped on the hard stone road and entered the city. Fu Yu raised his head and looked around. The walls were all covered with white diamonds and demonic heart arrows. The archers had already drawn their bows and aimed straight at them, sending chills down one's spine. The Qin Kingdom's way of treating their guests is really extraordinary. Fu Yu sneered. Sheen also smiled. The golden light wings behind him slowly spread open, and he lightly flew down the city wall, leading the way. Meanwhile, Terralyn, Lake, and the others held their swords at their waists and vigilantly brought up the rear. Su Jiantao rode on a black warhorse, slowly moving forward with Bailey Cheen. Bailey Cheen couldn't help but sneer, "Commander Su Jiantao, you're really powerful. You've forced my army to retreat again and again. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I know that the commander is also immortal." Su Jiantao smiled faintly, "Marshal Bailey Cheen, you're a celestial, and I'm immortal. However, mortals won't just sit and wait for death. If we counterattack, we might even kill a god." A trace of killing intent flashed past Bailey Cheen's eyes. At this time, Sheen slowly turned around and said, "If you have anything to say, we'll talk in the conference hall." Chapter 879. The meeting hall was as spacious as a palace hall. 12 stone pillars that were hugged by giant dragons supported the weight of the entire hall. Outside, lazy afternoon sunlight seeped through the gaps between the stone pillars and fell onto the ground, reflecting colorful rays of light on the sparkling and translucent stone slabs. Outside, there were rows of vigilant guards. Today, there were at least 5,000 people stationed outside the meeting hall, which could be said to be unprecedented. However, Bailey Cheen didn't seem to care about the mere 5,000 mortals. Bailey Cheen took the teacup from the waiter's hand and sat at the round table facing Sheen. He crossed his legs and said, "After the Battle of the Divine Realm, the Spirit Mountains collided and the plains fused, causing the two plains that were originally unrelated to each other to fuse. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that two tigers cannot live on the same mountain. Therefore, only one of the Shattered Cauldron Realm and the Celestial Pole Continent can be called king." As he spoke, he drank a mouthful of tea and continued. "This time, my Marshal Saint Emperor has dispatched me, Bailey Cheen, to lead 300,000 troops of the Empire to launch an expedition to the Shattered Cauldron world, and it's for the sake of seizing more land for the Darkstone Empire to replenish the strength of the Empire. I think my actions ought to be correct, right? What do you think, Lord Sheen?" Sheen nodded. "Yes, Lord Bailey Cheen is working for the Empire." Then, Bailey Cheen's gaze became fierce, and the aura around him slowly rose. He stared at Sheen and said, "Since Lord Sheen is a battle angel sent by ruler Claude to assist the Celestial Pole Continent in conquering the other planes, why do you repeatedly oppose the Blackstone Empire? You saved our enemy Ko Dingxi on the dragon-shaped island, and repeatedly caused trouble in Dongtian Commandery and Linghan City. This time, you actually entered the Dragon Slaying Pass and openly opposed the Blackstone Empire. Why? Could it be that Lord Sheen is openly disobeying the will of the ruler?" "I'm not." Sheen's expression was indescribably calm. He said, "I think it's fine to conquer a world, but wantonly slaughtering people violates the principles of mercy and mercy in the Western Divine Realm. I believe the marshal can't deny that your army has slaughtered people in Dongtian Commandery and Linghan City, right? That's right. Bailey Qin spread out his hands and smiled. Massacring an entire city is one of the methods used to boost the morale of the army. This is a tradition of the Blackstone Empire that has lasted for tens of thousands of years. I, Bailey Qin, do not have the ability to change it for now. I hope that Lord Sheen can understand. Sheen smiled. Therefore, there's no harm in letting me rule over these cities. At the very least, I won't harm the innocent, and I'll also gain more faith. Faith is the source of power for the Divine Realm and the Spirited Mountain. If the people hate the Western Divine Realm, then what can we gain by taking over the Shattered Cauldron Realm? What do you mean? Bailey Qin raised his sword-like eyebrows. In other words, Lord Sheen wants to personally intervene in the struggle for supremacy of the continent, and wants me, Bailey Qin, to withdraw myself? Sheen said indifferently, the Lord Ruler asked me to descend to the lower realm to help the Celestial Pole continent seize the Shattered Cauldron Realm, but he didn't specify that I should help the Blackstone Empire seize the Shattered Cauldron Realm. If you, Marshal Bailey Qin, can be the master of the Shattered Cauldron Realm, Sheen can do the same. Good. Good, Bailey Qin clenched his teeth and said, looks like there's nothing to talk about. Fu Yu said angrily, Marshal, what's there to talk about with her? This little girl is sincerely opposing us just to protect the Shattered Cauldron Realm's army. Why don't we take action now and destroy her dragon-slaying pass? Han Shu held the dragon's sword in his hand, and his gaze was ice-cold. He was already accumulating power and waiting to strike. Do you want to take action? Sheen smiled. Good. Good. If Marshal Bailey Qin has decided to take action, then go ahead. I'll also leave a message for you. If I can help the Blackstone Empire, then I can also help the Tianji Empire. I believe that the Tianji Empire's Emperor Baiming Yuan wouldn't mind eliminating the Blackstone Empire's army in the Shattered Cauldron Realm's territory, killing two birds with one stone. Lord Sheen wants to help the Tianji Empire. Bailey Qin's expression turned cold. Why not? Sheen's expression was indifferent as he said, perhaps, helping the Celestial Empire is also possible. I have the decree of the Western Divine Realm. I believe that the armies of the Celestial Empire and the Tianji Empire will more or less listen to me. It shouldn't be difficult for the two great empires to join hands and destroy your Blackstone Empire first, right? Moreover, they will be happy to do it. Ha 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 ha, Bailey Qin laughed for a long time. No wonder. Blazing Angel Shi Yan wants to take you as her sister. You are indeed courageous and knowledgeable. Alright then, since Lord Sheen likes Dragon Slaying Pass so much, then Dragon Slaying Pass will belong to you. Generals, follow me back to camp. Yes, Marshal. Everyone stood up simultaneously. Sheen said, forgive me for not sending you off. However, Bailey Qin had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped and laughed. The cloak behind him trembled slightly. Without turning his head, he said as if he was talking to himself, I have long heard that Lord Sheen is Lord Shiyan's sister and is also a brilliant disciple. Furthermore, you are the champion of this god's chosen trial and have awakened the golden wings. Therefore, I, Bailey Qin, a god from the lower realm, would like to experience for myself and see how powerful Lord Sheen is. I wonder if Lord Sheen can give me some pointers. Sheen smiled faintly. He knew that Bailey Qin would not give up so easily. Even if Bailey Qin could not kill him, he would at least want to defeat him to dampen the spirit of the Sheen army. Do you want to spar? Sheen said faintly, where? Bailey Qin laughed heartily and said, since you and I are the highest commanders of the two armies, sparring cannot be treated as child's play. How about, in 2 hours, prepare yourselves and we will spar in front of the dragon-slaying pass. How about it? Terilyn frowned and said, Marshal Bailey, you are a god emperor of the 87th level Grotto Heaven. Do you want to bully Sheen, a god king of the 50th level Grotto Heaven? It is only a spar. That is the end. Bailey Cheen said faintly, I only want to know how powerful Lord Sheen's techniques are. Why, is this not enough? If Lord Sheen doesn't even have the courage to fight me, then I am afraid, he does not have the qualifications to occupy the dragon-slaying pass and the countless cities within it. I agree. In 2 hours, we will spar in front of the pass. Ha, thank you, Lord. Bailey Cheen strode out of the meeting hall and mounted his horse. He said loudly, let's go back to camp. Order the 3 armies to go to the pass and cheer for me. He wanted to throw Sheen's face in front of the 2 armies. However, Sheen had no other choice but to accept the challenge. Outside the pass, the sound of drums thundered. In a short 2 hours, Bailey Cheen had gathered at least 50,000 powerful troops outside. They were beating the drums and cheering. The 3 armies were upright and upright. The gate of the dragon-slaying pass slowly opened. Su Jiantao rode on his warhorse and personally led the cavalry to cheer for them. The cavalry dispersed and spread out below the pass. The purple-ine flower war flag fluttered in the wind. It was very beautiful. Sheen floated forward with the star's sword in her hand. Terralyn, Lake, Zhou Shimin, and the others had nervous expressions. In fact, they were the most conflicted and anxious. They had obviously come down to help the Celestial Pole continent, but now they were fighting with the God Realm experts of the Celestial Pole continent. No one knew what Sheen was thinking. Maybe Sheen was even more conflicted than them. Terralyn clenched her fists. Her stance was the most resolute among the 6 of them. She supported Sheen no matter what she did. Lake was Sheen's pursuer. Moreover, he was Terralyn's playmate since childhood. Therefore, he might as well support Sheen along with Terralyn. As for Zhou Shimin, he and Lake were good friends. Therefore, this was a chain reaction. The 6 of them decided to follow Sheen without caring about the consequences. At least, before they were banished from the Star Cave, Claude's order was for them to listen to Sheen's orders. Therefore, following orders was never wrong. They wouldn't have to worry about the ruler's punishment if they took advantage of this loophole. The 6 battle angels were less than 100 steps away from Sheen. This way, they could save her at any time. Although Sheen was strong, her opponent was even stronger. He was a god emperor at the 87th level of the Grotto Heaven. The disparity was too great. Bailey Cheen floated over and unsheathed the sword at his waist. The blade was suffused with a frightening light. It was another treasure that was at least a saint artifact. At the very least, Sheen wouldn't have an advantage in terms of weapons. Buzz! Bailey Cheen gently swung his long sword, and instantly, streams of light flew around the blade and gathered into a thick divine power. Bailey Cheen's main law was earth type, and the thick feeling he exuded far surpassed other cultivators of the same level. He raised his eyes and said, Lord Sheen, please enlighten me. Sheen stepped out of the star's sword and pointed it at Bailey Cheen. She nodded and said, come. Pfft. Lightning flashed. Bailey Cheen actually shattered the void. His sword slashed down from the sky. It was as fast as lightning. An ordinary person probably wouldn't be able to block it. However, Sheen's perception was far better than an ordinary person's. The star's sword shone brightly in front of his chest. He pressed the back of the sword with his left hand. He had to block this attack. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bang! The earthen light and the light-type godly power clashed. Instantly, it was obvious who had the upper hand. Sheen and his sword lost their balance and fell backward. The air around them swirled rapidly. The power from the blade was too strong. Sheen felt that he wasn't blocking a sword, but a huge mountain. Eat my second sword. Bailey Cheen's aura was ferocious. Once he gained the upper hand, he stabbed out a second time. The power in his blade was so strong that the ground where he flew past began to crumble. Cracks appeared everywhere he flew past. It was terrifying. Sheen. Terralyn couldn't help but clench her fists. However, she knew that this wasn't the time to attack. As expected, Sheen, who was spinning in the air, let out a low shout. A small ball of light appeared around her sword. It was the law spirit pearl of the light element. Instantly, her strength was doubled. Her sword was unrestrained. With a dang sound, she shook off Bailey Chen's second sword attack. This time, it was a draw. Sheen took a few steps back, and Bailey Chen was stunned for a second. What a strong pressure of godhood, Bailey Chen's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but want to kill her. This girl was only at the 50th level of the heavenly abode, yet she could block an attack with 60% of his strength. How shocking was that? He didn't say anything. Instead, he swung his sword upwards. Suddenly, the ground cracked. Stone spikes shot out from the ground towards Sheen. Bailey Chen was already planning to use the Law Spirit Pearl to suppress his strong opponent. Chapter 880. Bang, 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 numerous sharp stone awls broke out of the ground and went straight for Sheen. They were like a long dragon that suddenly emerged from the ground. The power was so strong that ordinary people could not withstand it. Sheen spread her wings and suddenly shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, dazzling dragon crystals fell from the sky and collided with the stone awls. Pure energy substances splashed and turned into shock waves. The broken stone fragments mixed with the energy light curtain, and dust rose into the sky. It was a terrifying scene. It's the celestial dragon crystal. Su Jiantao's hand, which was holding the hilt of his sword, trembled slightly. He said, "She must be Princess Qin Yin." "She must be." Terralyn smiled and said, "Even if she is not now. She has no memory of Qin Yin at all. How can she be the Qin Yin? Listen to your orders. Let Sheen go. Don't mention Qin Yin before she remembers everything." Su Jiantao clenched his teeth and remained silent. Amidst the dust, a wave of air suddenly surged. It was like a sail being blown by a hurricane, reflecting a huge fist. The shadow of the fist was completed in one move. It was Bailey Chen's next attack. This time, he was using 70% of his strength. Bang! The three celestial dragon crystals shattered at the same time amidst the sound of metal colliding with stone. Sheen could not help but let out a whimper as a few golden feathers flew out from her golden wings. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into golden stars in the sky. Her power had been damaged. Use the eyes of blazing light. Bailey Chen's roar could be heard from the dust. With a "so," his entire body suddenly shot out like lightning. His fist carried the force of a mountain as it landed heavily on the divine wall in front of Sheen. Bang! Sheen was sent flying, and the holy wall shone brightly. Facing a god who was stronger than her, the holy wall was no longer invincible. The golden-red flames around her flew and rotated. She smiled and slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound, and the atmosphere seemed to change instantly. Bailey Chen forced himself to open his eyes and looked at the eyes of blazing light. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Every inch of his skin felt like it was in a hell of fire. It was very uncomfortable. Stone armor. With a roar, streams of earth divine power turned into a golden armor and surrounded Bailey Chen. His eyes were naturally hidden behind the armor, and they shone with a cold light. A saber made of pure divine power appeared in his hand. He smiled faintly and said, "You are indeed a level 7 battle angel. You are much more powerful than the other battle angels. Master Sheen, you have to be careful from now on. I will do my best, and you must do your best too. Otherwise, I might accidentally kill you." Sheen's eyes turned cold. She couldn't help but raise her head proudly. Her long neck glowed like snow under the sunlight. Suddenly, she shouted in a low voice and attacked Bailey Chen with the star's sword instead of defending. She slashed at Bailey Chen dozens of times consecutively. She was too fast. Almost 40 slashes were completed in 5 seconds. Su Jiantao and the rest couldn't even see Sheen's movements. They could only see the golden flames and the domain aura from the eyes of blazing dawn. Apart from that, there were also pieces of broken golden armor. Needless to say, those were the pieces of the stone armor that Bailey Qin had created. Bang! The airflow was turbulent. Bailey Qin was forced to retreat for almost 300 meters under Sheen's heavy slash. His body left a long grayish-yellow trail in the air. If he didn't rely on the airflow, he would have retreated for another few hundred meters. Ah! The stone armor on the surface of Bailey Qin's body shattered inch by inch. Even the godly wall started to crack. Bailey Qin's expression was calm. He gritted his teeth and laughed loudly. Good attack. Good attack. On the other hand, Sheen's exquisite white battle angel cloak fluttered in the wind. She looked calm, but if one looked closely, the godly wall around her body had already been shattered. Moreover, there was a barely visible blood mark on the side of her neck. That was the mark left by Bailey Qin's saber. In reality, the one who was at a disadvantage was Sheen. Bailey Qin already had the chance to kill her, but he didn't grasp it well. Should I use it or not? Sheen frowned slightly and asked herself repeatedly. When Shi Yan was training in secret, she had told him not to use it when it was not necessary, but now that Bailey Qin had shown his killing intent, if he did not use it, he was afraid that he would never have the chance to use it again. No, I have to use it. I have to protect the dragon-slaying pass at all costs. Thinking up to this point, Sheen's eyes of blazing light became even more powerful. It even forced the soldiers 500 meters behind Bailey Qin to continue to retreat. They couldn't resist the burning aura of the eyes of blazing light at all. Bailey Qin was already drenched in sweat. Even though he had the upper hand, he wasn't much better off. Holding the star's sword with both hands, Sheen gritted her teeth. Waves of energy surged in her body. With a weng sound, the light from the longsword shot out dozens of meters. Then, the light from the sword began to split up. In the blink of an eye, it was as if she was holding dozens of stars' swords in her hands. This was the ultimate technique that Shi Yan taught her when she was staying at her residence. Oh my god, on the ground, Terilyn's mouth was wide open. She was dumbfounded. That's... Lake was also shocked. Zhou Shimin gritted her teeth. What a strong power. What is the origin of this move from Sheen? Terilyn's voice trembled slightly. It's Blazing Angel Shi Yan's ultimate technique, the first form of Shi Yan's 7 slashes, split. Oh my god, Lady Shi Yan actually passed her ultimate technique to Sheen. Su Jiantao and Xiang Yu were stunned. They didn't even know who Shi Yan the Blazing Angel was. However, seeing how powerful experts like Terilyn and Lake were so shocked, it was obvious that Shi Yan was quite powerful. In the air, Bailey Qin was in an even more difficult situation. He had never seen Shi Yan and didn't know what Shi Yan's 7 slashes was. However, Sheen's sword was so strong that he even felt a trace of fear. The flames turned into air waves and spread out. Sheen's speed was unparalleled. He waved his sword and casually used the first form of Shi Yan's 7 slashes. Oracle Rock Wall. Bailey Qin hurriedly used his strongest defensive technique. A 3-meter thick rock wall appeared in front of him. It was extremely thick, but it seemed like it wasn't enough to withstand the power of split. However, he could only try it as a last resort. Peng peng peng, multiple layers of light divine power landed on the earth divine power. Instantly, the rock wall turned into a sieve, and Bailey Qin managed to escape. He glided away from his original position. Behind him, streaks of sword chi slashed through the air. If they landed on him, he would probably be in deep trouble. Pa! A thunderbolt spread out behind him. It was the void shattering. Bailey Qin was stunned. Sheen was here, but he couldn't escape. In the eyes of Blazing Light's domain, he couldn't use the power of the void shattering. Rock Dragon Slash. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well go all out. Bailey Qin's longsword swept across with such a powerful aura that Yin, who had just successfully broken through the void, did not even have time to think. She raised her longsword and a dazzling light appeared on the blade. Yan's 7 slashes, the second form, bang. As the two powerful forces collided, neither side gained the upper hand. Bailey Qin's divine power was too strong, so much so that Yin could not gain the upper hand even if she tried her best. Golden blood flowed down the hilt of the sword. Yin's hand almost couldn't hold the power anymore. Yan's 7 slashes was created by Yan based on her own strength. However, Yin's strength was far from Yan's. Using the second strike was already his limit. Bailey Qin saw this and said plainly, "Why do you have to force yourself?" "Lord Yin." "No." Yin panted heavily. Her eyes were filled with wildness. She smiled and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to spar? I haven't let General Bailey see my strongest attack yet." As she spoke, she raised her sword. Blood dripped down from the corner of her mouth. The star's sword started to tremble. The golden light divine power turned into rays of blood-red light that surrounded the sword. It was the third form of Yan's 7 slashes, the first form, destruction. A powerful and awe-inspiring aura rose. The demon and god taboo, destruction was the most powerful move among the first 3 forms. At the same time, it was also the most difficult to master. The scorching light divine power rippled in the air, causing Bailey Qin to be on his back. "Enough." Suddenly, Bailey Qin raised his palm and said plainly, "I, Bailey Qin, have already experienced Battle Angel Yin's ultimate technique. Let's end it here. You and I are both gods of the Western Divine Realm. There's no need to fight to the death here. What do you think, Lord Yin?" The power of destruction slowly dissipated. Yin smiled lightly, "General Bailey Qin is right. Then, please withdraw your troops." She secretly rejoiced. She hadn't completely grasped this destruction move. If Bailey Qin really wanted to fight, her body wouldn't even need Bailey Qin to make a move. Her body would collapse first. If that happened, it would be a nightmare for the dragon-slaying pass. Bailey Qin was too strong. Terralyn, Lake, and the others behind her wouldn't be Bailey Qin's match even if they joined forces. Moreover, Bailey Qin still had Han Shu, Fu Yu, and other God Realm experts to help him. "I will obey Lord Yin's orders. The Blackstone Empire's army will immediately depart and return to Ling Han City." Bailey Qin dispersed his stone armor and cupped his fists. "I, Bailey Qin, will take my leave. Thank you, Lord Yin, for your guidance. This little girl also thanks the Marshal for his guidance." Yin lowered her head and watched Bailey Qin fly away. In the air, the voice of the Blackstone Empire's Marshal echoed, "Everyone, retreat, return to Ling Han City." "Yin, are you alright?" Terralyn flew forward and supported Yin's arm. However, Yin's face was extremely pale. Not long after she landed, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and softly fell into Terralyn's embrace. In the end, Bailey Qin was still stronger than her. Even the flaming eyes couldn't change the absolute difference in strength. The conk's horn echoed throughout the Blue Flame Army and Ocean Army. Bailey Qin's face was ashen. Fu Yu raised his warblade and urged his horse forward. He said, "Marshal, are we just going to give up like this?" "No, why should we give up?" Bailey Qin's gaze turned cold. "Where is Han Shu?" "This general is here. Immediately ride the giant dragon back to the Empire and meet His Majesty. Apply for 1,000,000 gold and silver, 10,000 demon spirit stones, and His Majesty's Order of Honor. Bring these items to the Thunder Blaze sect and ask the sect master of the Thunder Blaze sect, Lord Longxi, to come out and help." But Lord Longxi has never concerned himself with the Empire's war affairs. "I'm afraid this will be a little difficult." "Don't worry, just tell him that there is a battle angel in the Shattered Cauldron realm that even I, Bailey Qin, am not a match for." "Yes, this general will do it right away." Chapter 881. On the 23rd of May, a war broke out at the border between the Celestial Empire and the Blackstone Empire. Chen Yu, the second prince of the Celestial Empire, led 5,000 elite soldiers to attack Jinyun Pass. There were only 10,000 soldiers defending Jinyun Pass, but they didn't succeed after a day of hard attack. At night, Chen Yu gave the order to set up Camp 5 Li outside of Golden Field Pass. The soldiers were dispirited by the light of day, and Chen Yu's face was ashen. He sat in the central tent with a worried frown. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Liao Yang had arrived. Greetings, Your Highness. Liao Yang, come and sit. What did Headmaster Han Yuan say? Chen Yu was very anxious. Uncle said that he can't send people to help Your Highness yet. Why? Chen Yu was shocked. It's very simple. Uncle is the leader of the Celestial Extreme Sect. Every decision he makes is related to the life and death of the 30,000 disciples of the Celestial Extreme Sect. Second prince is just a prince, not even a crown prince. Uncle can't bet everything on second prince. This. Chen Yu gritted his teeth. How can Headmaster Han Yuan not tell right from wrong? Damn it, damn it. Liao Yang laughed. Your Highness, aren't you being too impatient? They launched an attack during the day. On my way here, I saw that the camp was almost overcrowded. We must have suffered a lot today. They mobilized the militia. Chen Yu frowned and said, the defending general of Jinyun Pass was originally a mediocre person, but he actually mobilized nearly 20,000 militia to participate in the battle. Rocks rained down, otherwise we wouldn't have been defeated. How many soldiers did we lose? More than 1,800. So many. Liao Yang was startled and said, I think we should take our time to think about it. Your Second Highness, don't worry. Although Uncle can't send people to help Your Highness, but Uncle told me that he will naturally appear when it's time. Moreover, he wants to make Your Second Highness make a decision that will change the history of the Heaven Jew Empire. Otherwise, the Heaven Jew sect will not help Your Highness with all their strength. The decision to change the course of history. Chen Yu was dumbfounded. Your Highness, don't think too much. Have some tea, ha ha ha. But right when Liao Yang hadn't sat down, the sound of a gong being struck sounded out abruptly from outside, and it was an expanse of clamorous noise as a sharp voice shouted loudly. Bad news. The Darkstone Empire's bandits have attacked the camp. Attacking the camp? Chen Yu shuddered. Their losses today are higher than mine. Where did they get the troops to attack the camp? As he spoke, he pulled out his sword and flew into the sky, piercing through the tent. He stepped on the clouds and looked into the distance. There was an endless stream of torches coming from the direction of Jinyun Pass. The sound of cavalry trampling on the ground could be faintly heard. There were at least 30,000 people coming. Bastard, bastard, Chen Yu looked into the distance and saw the words Chunyu written on the enemy's war flag. He couldn't help but murmur, Chunyu, which general is it? Chunyu He. Liao Yang said indifferently, Chunyu He is the general guarding Black Wind Pass. He is a famous general of the Blackstone Empire. He has 30,000 elites under him. It seems that Your Highness lured him here when you attacked the pass during the day. Your Highness' remaining 3,000 soldiers are no match for him. Moreover, Chunyu He is a Saint Martial King with 58 heavens. It's better to avoid him. This is infuriating. Chen Yu's heart was filled with fire. The entire Tianju Empire had 1.5 million regular troops, but he could only bring 5,000 troops to attack, and he had even suffered such a humiliating defeat. This was all caused by his father, who wanted to live a peaceful life as the Eastern region's emperor, and his brother, who was addicted to sensual pleasures. The seed of hatred had been deeply planted. Send the order to retreat. Retreat towards the direction of Yulin. Chen Yu shouted. But he knew that there wouldn't be much of this army left. The pursuit continued until the next morning. Thick smoke billowed in the Yulin. Chen Yu was in a daze. He even lost his sword. If it wasn't for Liao Yang's protection, he would have died under Chunyuhi's steel blade. Looking back, there were less than 100 people following him. The legendary strongest private army of the imperial capital, the second prince's army, had already become history. Chen Yu's heart ached. He gritted his teeth. Even his fists were bleeding. At this moment, the old cowherd's singing came from the forest. The singing was very melodious, and it was a poem. Chen Yu couldn't help but listen carefully. Holding a golden spoon in one's mouth without fetters, great ambitions are difficult. An emperor, a dream, thousands of troops return the song. Listening carefully, the song was full of ridicule. Wasn't it talking about him? For a moment, Chen Yu was infuriated. He shouted, "Who dares to mock me like this?" "It's just a cowherd," a guard said. "Take him down." While the guard was hesitating, Chen Yu spurred his horse past. He pulled out the guard's sword and rushed into the forest. He raised his sword and slashed at the old man. He shouted in a low voice, "Who are you? Show yourself." The old man was still herding the cowherd. He didn't even look back. However, Chen Yu's sword was repelled by a strong shield. The divine wall. That faint golden light must be the divine wall. Chen Yu's hand went numb. He instinctively knew who this person was. He didn't care about the rain on the ground. He knelt down and said, "Sect leader Han Yuan, please save me, Chen Yu." The old man slowly turned around. His bamboo hat instantly shattered. He smiled and said, "Second prince, you are the future emperor. How can you kneel to an old man like me? Quickly get up." Chen Yu slowly got up. "Sect leader, what should I do now? His Highness is about to be killed." "Ah, why?" Chen Yu was shocked. "You were defeated at Jinyun Pass. Once you return to Sweet Spring Palace, don't tell me the Emperor won't put the crime of being greedy for grandiose achievements and underestimating the enemy on your head? Your Second Highness, you should know very well that your elder brother Chen Qian has always wanted to get rid of you, and your father has long been blinded by wine and women. He only wants to live a peaceful life and has never thought of attacking. You have always advocated going to war, and your father is very afraid that you will be able to outdo him." Chen Yu's heart was in a mess. Then what should I do? A man walks the world with a clear conscience. Han Wen smiled and said, "You should know better than me which one is more important, the Emperor's hegemony or two useless relatives. Your Highness, what you lack is nothing more than an encouragement and an opportunity. If you don't act decisively, you'll end up in trouble. How could someone as intelligent as your Highness not understand this? But they are my brother and father after all, an empire is built with blood. If Second Prince can't even overcome this, then you don't deserve to be the future emperor of the Celestial Empire." Chen Yu's eyes flickered. He pondered for half a minute and said, "Father has 3 experts by his side. Huang Tao and Zhou Yan are both sacred martial kings. One is in the 52nd Grotto Heaven stage, the other is in the 49th Grotto Heaven stage. There is also Zhang Lu, a sacred martial venerable with the 28th Grotto Heaven stage. Not only are they God state experts, but they are also dragon riders. With them around, I'm afraid it will be difficult to succeed." Han Yuan smiled, "I will kill a mere sacred martial king for Second Prince. The only thing I need Second Prince to do is to make a decision." "Fine." Chen Yu clenched his fists, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. He said, "When we return to Sweet Spring Palace tonight, I'll see if Father will punish me. If Father does, then you're heartless and I'm unjust. If Father doesn't punish me, then I'll have to think about it at length. Lord Han Yuan, if you help me, the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Celestial Empire will be yours." "I don't care about that." Han Yuan stroked his beard and smiled, "I only hope that after you unify the Celestial Pole continent, you will only worship my Celestial Extremity sect. That will be enough." "No problem." As night fell, the scattered cavalrymen returned to the Palace of Sweet Spring. Everyone was listless, but if one were to look carefully, they would discover that there was a white-bearded old man among the group of guards. However, his face was hidden in the iron helmet, so it was difficult to discover him without looking carefully. His Second Highness is back. Amidst the shouts of the attendants, Chen Yu led the 3 guards into the palace hall. As usual, the hall was filled with songs and dances. However, when the dancers saw Chen Yu and the others' miserable appearances of having thrown away their helmets and armor and being bathed in blood, all of them tactfully retreated. Otherwise, they would inevitably be reprimanded by Chen Yu again. "Yo, second brother is back." Chen Hai, who was holding a beauty in his arms, said with a smile, "Second brother, what happened to you?" Could it be that his Second Highness, who is known as the hope of the Celestial Empire's military, was defeated in the attack on Jinyun Pass? He had probably received the news long ago. Chen Yu's face was ashen. He knelt on one knee and said, "Father, I was defeated. The attack on Jinyun Pass was unsuccessful, and the main force of the enemy attacked our camp at night. We suffered a great defeat. Of the 5,000 prefectural soldiers, only less than 100 are left." "What?" Chen Hai was taken aback. "Chen Yu, my son, Imperial Father told you long ago not to underestimate the enemy, but you didn't listen. If it weren't for your arrogance, how could you have suffered such a defeat? You must be tired. Go back to your quarters and rest." "Father." Chen Hai's eyes were sharp. "Those 5,000 prefectural soldiers are also soldiers of the Celestial Empire. How can we not punish Chen Yu for his defeat because of his carelessness?" "But he is still my son," Chen Hai said. "A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. Father, please reconsider." "Very well." Chen Hai waved his hand. "Men, send Second Prince Chen Yu to Wind Forest Garden to reflect on his mistakes for 3 days. His salary will be cut for half a year, and he will not be allowed to command any troops for the next 3 years." Chen Yu knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with reluctance. Chen Hai's decision would probably cause chaos in the empire. Late at night, a pillar of fire rose into the sky in the bedroom. Both Emperor Chen Hai and Crown Prince Chen Qian of the Celestial Empire had been assassinated. A day later, more than 100 civil and military officials, led by Dongqing Wang and other generals, crowned Chen Yu, the legitimate heir of the empire, to the throne. Thus, the Celestial Empire opened a new chapter of militarism. Chapter 882. On the 28th of May, the second prince of the Celestial Empire, Chen Yu, returned to the imperial capital, Laohan City, to hold his ascension ceremony, but secretly ordered the commanders of the Heaven's End Army and the Earth's End Army to immediately attack the borders of the Blackstone Empire. The flames of war rose everywhere, and the territories of the Celestial Empire were instantly engulfed by the flames of war. The Emperor, Shi Yuan, randomly sent the Gale Regiment to the borders to fight, while Feng Yang arrived at the borders 2 days later, and engaged in a bloody battle with the Heaven's End Army and the Earth's End Army. Corpses littered the ground, and blood flowed like rivers. The war between the Celestial Empire and the Blackstone Empire also shocked the Tianji Empire in the far north. Bei Ming Yuan immediately gave the order to mobilize all the troops within the borders to defend, at the same time waiting for an opportunity to strike. As soon as there was an opportunity, they would launch a lightning-fast strike. The relationship between the 3 empires became even more complicated and confusing. In the 6th month, the scorching hot summer arrived, and even the imperial soldiers guarding the steel walls were no longer wearing their armor. What was rare was that the Luo River estuary had not been in battle for over a month, and the rare peace allowed everyone to feel a trace of peace. Even behind the steel walls, groups of merchants began to gather. The army required a large amount of resources, and just relying on the transportation from the Ministry of Revenue was far from enough. In truth, the majority of the supplies were purchased from the local merchants, and this was something that Lin Muyu had tacitly agreed to. 20 li south of the Luo River estuary, on a verdant mountain range, rock goats were hopping about, while a scarlet python was entrenched on a huge tree, watching its prey from afar, while wild rabbits were searching for food by the river. Birds were chirping, and everything seemed so peaceful. A handsome young man sat cross-legged on a rock with his eyes closed tightly. He seemed to have fused with everything in the surroundings, and every strand of his aura rose and fell with the wind. His body was suffused with a faint glow like a pearl, but it didn't conflict with everything in the surroundings. It was even to the extent that the pythons, rock goats, and other living beings nearby didn't notice his existence at all. The formless elephant art's power came from all living things, and this was the unique aspect of Lin Muyu's training. It was rare for the Luo River estuary stronghold to be peaceful for a period of time, and this period of time was also a precious time for Lin Muyu to focus on training and seeking a breakthrough. His palms were placed on his legs, and the 2 demon spirit stones in his palms were only remnants, and most of the spiritual energy had been refined. Ever since he started training the formless elephant art, Lin Muyu's speed of absorbing spiritual energy had increased by leaps and bounds. The formless elephant art consumed a large amount of divine energy, and every time he used it, it felt like his body was emptied of energy. This made Lin Muyu refine some low-grade godheads and demon spirit stones more frequently, and his strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. This kind of growth was far beyond Lin Muyu's expectations. Within the peaceful aura, strands of energy spread out, and every breath carried a pulse of energy, a total of 36 pulses. Ever since he stepped into the God King realm, Lin Muyu's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds, and the speed of his cultivation was far beyond his expectations. In less than a month, he had already broken through to the 6th stage of the Grotto Heaven realm, and the price was 2 broken godheads, and as many as 50 demon venerables and 4th-grade demon spirit stones. He slowly opened his eyes, and the formless elephant art's power pulsed in his body, as if it was connected to everything around him. Lin Muyu couldn't help but smile faintly. It seemed like the formless elephant art had also made a breakthrough. Embracing all phenomena of the world, that was the strongest realm of this law. He raised his palm gently, and pointed it straight at the mountain in the distance. He silently chanted, "Everything in the world, listen to my command." Buzz buzz, amidst the faint buzzing sound, the power in his palm suddenly became thick, as if he was holding the weight of a mountain in his hand. Moreover, this was not Lin Muyu's own strength, but borrowed. That's right, the 2nd stage of the formless elephant art's strength, borrowing power. Borrowing the power of the mountain, the power that could be unleashed was far beyond what Yi Xiang Dibai could compare with. The power in his palm became thicker and thicker, to the point that Lin Muyu could barely hold it. The elephant tower in his Yi spun rapidly, and produced elephant wheels one after another. When there were 10 elephant wheels, all the power gathered in his palm. The 2nd stage of the formless elephant art's strength, 10 elephants punishing the heavens. Borrowing power, mountain. Lin Muyu's palm slowly sank down, and suddenly, with a boom, the forest within 100 meters in front of her completely caved in, as if it was being crushed by a huge mountain. The towering trees turned into powder, and the river flowed. With a boom, a shockwave spread out to both sides, and in the blink of an eye, the entire forest was razed to the ground. Lin Muyu was silent, but his heart was in turmoil. What a strong formless elephant art, as expected of the absolute art created by God Emperor Fuxi of the sky beyond heaven. In terms of lethality, the 7 luminaries and the formless elephant art were not too far apart, but the 7 luminaries was too overbearing, while the formless elephant art was calm and unruffled. Once it was unleashed, the destructive power was even greater than the 7 luminaries. This was like the characteristics of the 2 god emperors. The 7 luminaries' demon emperor was forthright and distinguished between kindness and hatred, while Fuxi cared about all things and had compassion for the common people. But no matter how much they changed, their understanding of power was actually the same. Unknowingly, Lin Muyu had a new understanding of divine power. This kind of understanding was probably something that most gods would never be able to comprehend in their entire lives. This was the difference between realms. After obtaining the sovereign personality, Lin Muyu's talent and potential had been greatly improved. In the eyes of the common people, he was a genius among geniuses. He was far from the level of the 4 luminaries heroes of Lan Yen. However, the common people still remembered him as the four luminaries of Lan Yen, because they were the orthodox and were personally conferred by Emperor Qin Jin. The common people were too far away from gods, and almost no one had seen a real god. However, the emperor could be known from the prefectures, and other places. The common people had the emperor in their hearts, but they might not necessarily have a god. At the foot of the mountain, a row of fine horses galloped over. It was the elite cavalry of the Longdan army camp led by Wei Chou, Bai Yin, and the others. Your Highness. Looking at the forest that had been razed to the ground, Wei Chou could not help but gasp in amazement. He galloped forward and asked, Your Highness, are you all right? I'm fine. Lin Muyu shook her head and asked, What's the matter? There's one thing. Wei Chou hung the bow back on the side of the warhorse and said, Our Warhawk scouts found many warships of the Tianji Empire on the East Sea. They seem to be mobilizing their troops. If I'm not wrong, the Baiminghuan has already mobilized their warships to launch an attack from the sea since they couldn't break through our Luo River estuary fortress. After the Blue Wind Sea battle, the Tianji Empire doesn't have many warships left. How many people can they mobilize? I don't know, but they have at least 500 warships left. I think they can mobilize 100,000 people to attack quickly. We must be on guard. Yes, send more Warhawk scouts to investigate. Once their main force really boards the ships, we will also move together and fight them on the shore. Yes. How's the cavalry training going? Not bad. Wei Chou touched his nose. What do you mean, not bad? How many do you have? Lin Muyu was speechless. Wei Chou smiled and said, 8,000. I've scrounged up everything I could and almost broke the doorsteps of the Ministry of Revenue, the Holy Temple, and the Ministry of War. Finally, I got 6,000 warhorses. Including the 2,000 that Your Highness brought back, we have exactly 8,000. This is all we have. Together, we can form a cavalry battalion. There are only 6,000 warhorses in the entire Lingdong province. Lin Muyu frowned and said, Yes, Your Highness, you may not know this, but Lingdong is the most barren province to begin with. Moreover, we've been at war for many years, and the people are weary and the treasury is empty. These 6,000 warhorses were gathered from all over the place. I even asked for the warhorses used by the Minister of War to pull the carriage. Zhen Yifan also contributed 100 warhorses from his personal guards. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to gather 6,000. Lin Muyu was slightly stunned and said, Lord Fan really handed over the mounts of his personal guard? Yes. I really didn't expect that Zheng Yifan would be so indecisive back then. What made him become such a loyal official? Ha, it's actually very simple. Wei Chou touched his nose and said, But I said that Your Highness can't blame me. Say it. Yes. Wei Chou pondered for a moment and said, When the Radiant King Qin Jin was still alive, the empire only had Jin Yifan, Chu, and a few other sacred domains. At that time, Zheng Yifan could be said to be second only to the Radiant King. But later on, the four heroes of Lan Yan appeared. Your Highness, Prince Xian, Feng Jixing, Princess Shi, and the others' cultivation kept breaking through and surpassed Duke Fan. Now, Duke Fan can't even be ranked in the top 5 in the empire with his strength. It's because his strength isn't up to par. When a person's strength is far from his expectations, he can only restrain himself and accept reality. If Zheng Yifan dies in battle now, he can still leave behind a good name and maintain his ranking in the Lingyun Pavilion. Otherwise. As he said this, Wei Chou smiled faintly and said, Everyone is playing a game and gambling on whether the empire can hold on and defeat the Tianji Empire and the Blackstone Empire. If they can, we will be the heroes of the Shattered Cauldron realm in the future. We will be famous generals with unparalleled merits. This is because the current situation in the Shattered Cauldron realm has never been seen in 10,000 years. What do you think, Your Highness? Lin Muyu glanced at him and jumped down from the huge rock. She said, You're really good at judging people now. You're getting better at being an official. Ha, I'm completely reliant on your highness's guidance. Cut the crap. Is there any other news? Yes, there's another piece of good news. The Celestial Empire has declared war on the Blackstone Empire. Both sides have already started fighting at the border. This was news from 3 days ago. Has the Celestial Empire finally made a move? Lin Muyu couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Qin Yu has already ascended to the throne. Your Highness is wise. Qin Yu is indeed the ruler of the Celestial Empire now. That's good, that's good. With Qin Yu holding back part of the main forces of the Tianji Empire and the Blackstone Empire in the east, we'll have enough time to breathe here. Yes, is there any news about Shaoxi? Not yet. No news is a good thing. This means that the Seven Seas province hasn't started fighting yet. Yes. Chapter 883. In the western part of the Yunling Mountains, 3/4 of the Yunzhong province was surrounded by clouds and mist. The Yunling Mountains were much steeper and more rugged than the Qinling Mountains. The Qinling Mountains might be able to deceive people by crossing the mountains, but it was impossible in the Yunling Mountains. It was thousands of meters above sea level, and it snowed all year round. Avalanches and storms were common occurrences. Not to mention human soldiers, even gods were not willing to face such a severe natural power. Tongyun Pass, a pass that stretched for 5 kilometers, was located between 2 mountains of the Yunling Mountains. It was also the largest passage between the Seven Seas province and the Yunzhong province. But after the war, the gate of Tongyun Pass had been closed, and it refused to let businessmen and refugees pass through. However, the Yunzhong province had fallen, and countless people who had lost their homes still gathered in the fertile land in the east of Tongyun Pass. Every day, people died of hunger, and no one buried their bodies. The plague had begun to spread. On the gate, Tang Xiaoxi, dressed in a red dress, looked at the refugee camp in the east from a distance, and said, "Can we really not come up with a plan?" Next to her, Qin Xiaoli cupped his hands and said, "Princess, we really can't open the gate. No one knows whether there are soldiers of the Tianji Empire among the refugees. Once they sneak in and open the gate, Tongyun Pass will be in danger." Behind Tongyun Pass are the 40 million people of the Empire of the Seven Seas province. Tang Xiaoxi was silent. After a while, she raised her head, and her bright eyes were particularly cold. "In the afternoon, send my cavalry out of the pass to bring food and water to comfort the people. After all, they are the people of the Empire. If we ignore their lives for the sake of the war, what can we do even if we win the war?" "But Princess, don't say it. If Mu and Feng Jixing were here, they would do the same." Qin Xiaoli was a little speechless. As a professional soldier, he knew what to do and what not to do. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxi's actions were not in line with the art of war, but they were in line with the way of a king. Therefore, Qin Xiaoli was a little lost and did not know what to do. Ouyang Yen pursed her red lips and said, "There's a plague outside the city called Lai Xie. Once infected, one's entire body will fester and die, and there's no cure at all. 3 out of 10 commoners outside the city are infected with this plague. Princess Shi, are you sure you want to bring them into the city? But big sister Chu Yao isn't here. Otherwise, she would definitely have a way to cure this plague." Tang Xiaoxi frowned. "But I can't just watch them die outside the city. Ouyang, do you have any good ideas?" Ouyang Yen was taken aback. "Use my method?" "Yes. That's easy. Just burn them down and everything will be over. Pretend I didn't ask." In the afternoon, the city gates of Tongyun Pass opened. Tang Xiaoxi led 100 cavalrymen out of the city, followed by a transport team that brought supplies from the Seven Seas province into the forest. When this princess appeared in the crowd, the commoners were all dumbfounded. Many of them were covered in ulcers and pus flowed from their bodies, but they didn't expect to see the nobility of the empire before they died. "It's Princess Shi. It's Princess Shi. She's here to bring us food. The empire hasn't given up on us." No one knew who shouted, but everyone knelt down and shouted, "Long live Princess Shi." Long live Princess Shi. Tang Xiaoxi led her horse and slowly passed through the crowd. Looking at the faces that yearned to live, she felt extremely uncomfortable. The war brought so much pain to the people, but it wasn't something she could control. It would be great if this war could end earlier. It was also at this moment that people felt that Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, Wei Chou, and the other soldiers who fought for the empire were adorable and worthy of respect. Everyone, please be quiet. Tang Xiaoxi's voice was very clear, and her voice contained the power of laws and spread very far. The crowd quickly quietened down. Tang Xiaoxi looked at the people around her and said, "The empire will never abandon you, and the Qin family will never abandon you. However, the enemy is very strong, and we still need time. Please believe in me, Tang Xiaoxi. The empire will definitely win this war. I've brought food and water for everyone, so please don't fight for it." Everyone cheered in unison. However, at this moment, an old man with a festering left leg looked at Tang Xiaoxi blankly and said, "Princess Shi, does this mean that the empire doesn't intend to open Tongyun Pass and let us go to the Seven Seas province?" Tang Xiaoxi was a little sad and said, "The plague is wreaking havoc outside the city. Once everyone enters Tongyun Pass, the plague will wreak havoc inside the pass, and our 150,000 elite soldiers will face annihilation. However, don't worry, I'll send people to set up tents outside the pass and provide food and water every day." "What did you say? Are you telling us to wait for death here?" A burly man with festering face roared angrily, "We are the people of the empire, why can't we enter Tongyun Pass? You useless nobles only know how to enjoy yourselves in a good place, and you don't care about the lives of our people at all." The people fell into a desperate situation and began to curse. "Scram, put away your hypocritical face. The Qin family is all trash, and you're just a dog of the Qin family. You're even more useless. Hypocritical empire, die early." Tang Xiaoxi turned around, still leading her warhorse, and walked in the direction of Tongyun Pass. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She had never suffered such humiliation before. Around her, the refugees even picked up stones and threw them at her, but they were all bounced off by the power of the divine wall. Ouyang Yen followed behind Tang Xiaoxi without saying a word. After walking for a while, Ouyang Yen said, "Let's follow my method and burn them down." "No." Tang Xiaoxi looked at the weeds under the horse's hooves and cried loudly, "I represent the royal family of the Qin Empire. They can let me down, but I can't let them down. Mu and Xiao Yin have already suffered so much. How can I throw a tantrum here? She was sobbing. Everyone understood the reason, but who could guarantee that they would be able to bear it if they really reached the point of being deserted by their own people? Ouyang Yen pursed her red lips and said, "No wonder Qin Han chose to ascend without hesitation. The matters of the mortal world are indeed as muddy as a pool of muddy water. Unfortunately, Lin Muyu and you are too attached to promises and responsibilities. Otherwise, you can directly ascend to the Eastern Heaven Realm. With the 7 luminaries Demon Emperor protecting you, you can completely dominate the Eastern Heaven Realm." "Don't say any more, Ouyang." Tang Xiaoxi bit her red lips and said, "Leave the food and water behind. All the guards who go out of the city with us must be isolated for observation. They can only stop the isolation if there is no illness within 10 days. You and I, the same. Don't worry, we are gods. This kind of plague in the mortal world can't infect our bodies at all. Are we really that powerful? Of course. Then why do I feel that I have suffered so much?" Tang Xiaoxi's eyes were red. Ouyang Yen looked at her with some heartache, "Because you are a good person. Kind people are bullied by others. Human nature is like this, selfish and greedy. You always think for others, but others may not do the same. Follow my temper and burn these ungrateful, stupid and ignorant people. We are gods, and we are qualified to release them from purgatory. No need." Tang Xiaoxi shook her head. "The Qin family needs the hearts of the people and the world to save the dynasty of the great Qin Empire. There are some things I can't do. Go back." "Okay." On the city wall, Qin Xiaoli looked at everything from afar and didn't say a word. After a while, she said to the two deputies behind her, "I will help Princess Shi with the things she can't do. Go and make preparations. We will take action after midnight." "Yes, Lord Commander." Night fell. When night fell, the city gates opened and a group of 7 Seas City's elite cavalry galloped out. They held torches in their hands, and the horses behind them had heavy sacks strapped to their backs. Each sack was filled with Jin coins. Qin Xiaoli held her spear and galloped at the front. She charged into the refugee camp and started to scatter gold coins into the crowd. At the same time, she shouted, "Take the money and go to Twilight Rain City to find a way out. Don't stay here. Take the money and you can live. If you continue to stay here, you can only wait for death." The crowd was in a mess, and the people fought for the gold coins. Qin Xiaoli brought a total of nearly 1,000 cavalrymen out of the city. Everyone's mouth and nose were covered with cloth, and they scattered gold coins everywhere. When every commoner received a lot of gold coins, Qin Xiaoli immediately raised her spear and shouted, "Go! Everyone leave! Kill those who don't leave!" Many people in the crowd of refugees objected. Dang, 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 their swords were unsheathed, and the cavalry soldiers swiftly cut down dozens of stubborn people. Fresh blood was still dripping from the blades, and the refugees were all stunned. They had never thought that Qin Xiaoli would actually dare to make a move. "Scram! If you don't scram now, you will all die under my blade." Qin Xiaoli was decisive. She raised her spear and had a bit of Feng Jixing's demeanor. The cavalry drove the people out of the refugee camp and headed straight for Twilight Rain City. The next morning, Tang Xiaoxi was furious when she received the news of the chaos outside the city last night. In the general's residence, Qin Xiaoli was already tied up and kneeling in the hall with the two deputies. "What is going on?" Tang Xiaoxi was so angry that her face turned red. "Qin Xiaoli, how dare you use weapons against the people? Do you still have me in your eyes?" "Yes." Qin Xiaoli knelt on the ground and said with red eyes, "Princess Shi, I, Qin Xiaoli, was originally a general of 7 Seas City. I was promoted by Prince Xian after my father died. I, Qin Xiaoli, am a general of the Tang clan. I'm not willing to see Princess Shi suffer such humiliation. I've already chased away the bunch of ingrates outside the city, but I've given them gold horn coins so that they won't starve to death on the road. Moreover, if they bring the plague to Twilight Rain City, they will also spread it to the hundreds of thousands of Long Ji Corps and Wolf soldiers in Twilight Rain City. Why shouldn't we do it? What about the millions of people in Twilight Rain City?" Tang Xiaoxi said indifferently, "Who will care about their lives?" Qin Xiaoli raised her head, her proud face full of smiles. "There's no such thing as having the best of both worlds. Wanting to defeat the enemy and protect the people at the same time, there hasn't been such a thing since ancient times. Princess Shi, behead me and use my head as a sacrifice to those who died in vain. Use my blood to wash away the stain I brought to the Qin clan. You really have the guts to say that?" Tang Xiaoxi slammed the table. "Drag her out and behead her." Everyone was shocked and trembled in fear, not daring to speak. Ouyang Yan's lips curled up. "You generals are all fools. Don't you know how to plead for mercy?" The group of generals hurriedly knelt together and pleaded for mercy. "On account of so many people pleading for mercy, I'll spare your life." Tang Xiaoxi didn't want to kill Qin Xiaoli. Otherwise, who would be guarding the city and leading the troops? Her gaze turned cold and she said indifferently, "Demote her by 1 rank, forfeit her salary for half a year, and put her in confinement for a day." "Yes." Qin Xiaoli's face was full of smiles as if she had been promoted by 3 ranks. "Thank you, Princess Shi, for sparing my lowly life." Chapter 884. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The news of Lingnan finally reached the eastern capital, Dongshuang City. The entire eastern capital was shaken. No one would have thought that even a famous general like Su Jiantao had surrendered to someone else. From the messenger's mouth, they could even faintly feel that Su Jiantao had surrendered. In Ling Shi's palace, the officials were discussing. Everyone had already arrived before the morning court started. Without a doubt, the matter of Lingnan would be the first major event of today's court. Lin Muyu, who had hurried back to Dongshuang City the day before, had already put on Wang Ju's armor and entered the palace side by side with Qin Yan. In the days when Feng Jixing wasn't here, only the two of them had the final say. Big brother, is the news true? Qin Yan and Lin Muyu stood side by side in front of the throne and asked worriedly. Yes, it's most likely not fake. Lin Muyu nodded and looked at the officials. She found that Su Yu, Zhen Yifan, Zhen Fang, and the others all had anxious expressions. Everyone knew that the military force of Lingnan was already one of the main forces of the empire. Xiang Yu's 70,000 men and Su Jiantao's 50,000 made up a total of 120,000 elites. They were the Qin Empire's reliance against the Blackstone Empire. If these 120,000 men and horses all surrendered to someone else, then Lingnan had already changed its banner. The court meeting begins. The eunuch announced loudly. Outside the palace, a group of imperial guards guarded all the entrances and exits. Their swords and armor were bright and glowed faintly under the morning light. The Qin Empire had lasted for tens of thousands of years. No one knew how long this light could shine. Almost everyone in the world felt that the Qin Empire's fate had come to an end. However, Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, Tang Xiaoxi, and the others were still working hard. They firmly believed that a miracle would happen. It had always been so. Bring the messenger. Lin Muyu waved her hand and said indifferently. Yes. Wei Chou cupped his fists and signaled with his eyes. Two soldiers from the Longdan army camp brought in a man in the Empire's military uniform. He had escaped from Lingnan, which was why he had released the news. What's your name? Lin Muyu asked without anger. This lowly one's name is Fan Ni. His entire body trembled. Which department are you from? This lowly one originally belonged to the 3rd Battalion of the Military Governor's Office of Cangnan Province. I followed Lord Cangnan Marquis Su Jiantao on an expedition to Lingnan and was then assigned to the 11th Battalion of Combat. 6 days ago, this lowly one was still in Dragon Slaying Pass. Because I was punished for fighting with others, I stole a horse. Along the way, I earned gold and silver to cross the Qinling Mountains and came to Winter Frost City to look for your highness. Lin Muyu looked at him calmly. Her clear eyes seemed to be able to see through Fan Ni. She said, I won't pursue the matter of you defying military law for now. Tell me, what happened in Lingnan? Yes, your highness. Fan Ni knelt on the ground again, raised his head, and said, the Blackstone Empire marched straight into Lingnan and won every battle. Later on, the Marquis crushed their edge. After that, the Marquis gathered his troops in Dragon Slaying Pass. It was also at that time that we learned that the Celestial Pole Continent's Battle Angel Corps was split into two. They seemed to have split up. Dora was one faction, while Sheen was the other. Sheen led 6 battle angels and a group of troops using strange weapons to infiltrate Lingnan. Later on, for some reason, Dukyu surrendered to Sheen. Furthermore, this lowly one heard that Sheen's army met Marshal Sheen of Iha country. Later on, the Marquis offered Dragon Slaying Pass and allowed Sheen's men to settle in. Have you seen Sheen? No. Fan Ni shook his head and said, but this subordinate saw with my own eyes that Sheen's men replaced ours. Although the Empire's purpline flower flag is still fluttering in Dragon Slaying Pass, Sheen's Battle Angel Corps' war flag is also fluttering. What is Su Jiantao doing? Lin Muyu said, slightly angered. In the crowd, a middle-aged general cupped his fists and said, Your Highness, Su Jiantao's troops have not reported any news to the eastern capital for nearly 10 days. Furthermore, the Battle Eagle scouts we sent have not returned. There is no news at all. This general believes that Su Jiantao's actions are tantamount to treason. The Battle Angels are people of the Celestial Pole Continent. Giving dragon-slaying pass, the throat of Lingnan province, to the people of the celestial pole continent, is tantamount to treason. Another old minister also nodded. Your Highness, this subordinate concurs. Marquis Golden Worm and General Wang Qiu, please calm down. This matter has not reached the point where it is certain. No matter what, the Empire's war flag is still fluttering in Dragon-Slaying Pass and Divine Heaven Pass. I believe that Su Jiantao and Xiang Yu must have some hidden troubles that are difficult to speak of. Lin Muyu gritted her teeth and asked with a cold face, Duke Fan, what do you think? Zheng Yifan kept a low profile and only smiled. Before Su Jiantao and Xiang Yu see us, it is obviously impossible to make a conclusion based on the words of a small pawn. After all, a duke and a marquis are both powerful ministers of the empire who hold heavy military power. We cannot easily convict them. This old minister suggests that we send a trusted aide of your highness to Lingnan to investigate. This is a good idea. Lin Muyu looked disdainfully and asked, who is willing to go? Among the generals, Wei Chou was the first to stand out. I'll go. No. Lin Muyu shook her head. Wei Chou, you are more familiar with the defense of Luo River Estuary Fortress and Winter Frost City than me. We need you, Duke Wei. If you can't go, who else is willing to go? Situsen stepped out of the ranks. This subordinate is willing to go. You can't either. Why? Situsen was startled. Your Highness, you don't trust this general. No, General Sen, you are too hot-tempered. If there is any mistake in this matter, I am afraid it will lead to unnecessary trouble. After all, we do not know what that Xian's attitude is at the moment. So. Fengxi, don't hide. You will go to Dragon-Slaying Pass on my behalf. Fengxi frowned. Yes, Your Highness. What, you are not willing? Yes. Fengxi raised his head and said, Your Highness also knows that Bai Minghuan is mobilizing troops to attack Winter Ridge Province. The next battle will decide the fate of Eastern Capital. This subordinate wants to stay here and make a contribution. You want to make a contribution? Lin Muyu couldn't help but smile. That is easy. As long as your diplomatic mission to Dragon-Slaying Pass goes smoothly and you can come back alive, I will immediately promote you by 1 rank. You will be in charge of a 20,000-man army. How about it? Really? Of course. Thank you, Your Highness. Fengxi knelt down on one knee. Wait a moment. Su'er looked at the crowd with her bright eyes and smiled. General Fengxi is a soldier after all. He is firm and not soft. How about sending another woman to go with him? A woman? Qin Yan was startled. At this time, the first person in the line of female court officials stood up. It was a graceful woman. She was the first female court official by Qin Yin's side, Shangguan Jingyue. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed, and Shangguan Jingyue had matured even more. That kind of steady and virtuous charm could be seen at a glance. She respectfully said, Your Highness, let me go with Sir Fengxi. Back then, Jingyue had also represented Her Highness on a diplomatic mission to Bailing City. This time, going to Dragon-Slaying Pass to see our own people, I think. Jingyue is more suitable than anyone else. Shangguan Jingyue, aren't you worried that Su Jiantao will really rebel? Lin Muyu smiled and asked. Shangguan Jingyue smiled as well. Your Highness Yu's eyes are like torches. Over the years, many generals of the empire have betrayed or fled, but none of Your Highness's men have betrayed you. So, Shangguan Jingyue firmly believes that Lord Su Jiantao isn't that kind of person. If he is, then he wouldn't dare to fight the 200,000-strong army of the Darkstone Empire commanded by Bailey Qin. Good, you are indeed courageous and insightful. Lin Muyu smiled with satisfaction. However, you cannot bring too many people. After all, the eastern capital also needs manpower, so I will give you 200 and 100 cavalry guards. When you arrive at the Dragon-Slaying Pass, you need to investigate the truth of the matter. Also, bring an Empire's Golden Star Medal. If Su Jiantao did not commit treason, then bestow him with a Golden Star Medal as a reward. That is what he deserves. Yes. In the afternoon, the diplomatic team left Winter Frost City. The development of the situation was becoming more and more bizarre, and Lin Muyu was already completely unable to guess what was going on. However, he could not personally go to the southern ridges. After all, a battle could break out at the mouth of the Luo River at any time. Once he left, it was likely that it would be difficult for the four absolutes of White Leaves and Chu Chu to resist the numerous God Realm experts of the Tianji Empire. When it was close to evening, Wei Chou directly entered Lingxi Palace and said in a low voice, 5 merchant ships from the Blackstone Empire have docked at the Blue Wind Harbor. They claim to be your Highness's people, and they have delivered the things your Highness needs. Did they say who sent them? They said it was your Highness's younger sister. Lin Muyu's heart thumped. It was Si Kong Yao, that's great. He immediately sat up from his desk and said, Wei Chou, fly with me to the Blue Wind Harbor and transport the goods back overnight. We cannot let them be robbed by the pirates of the Blackstone Empire. Yes. When night fell, 2 figures floated down from the sky. They were precisely Lin Muyu and Wei Chou. After the Blue Wind Sea battle, the Imperial Navy was almost completely annihilated. However, the Blue Wind Harbor was close to the mainland, so it was still in the hands of the Empire. However, there were not many soldiers stationed here, only a few thousand. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Duke Wei. A group of Imperial soldiers knelt down one after another. Rise, bring me to see the goods. Yes. Inside the harbor, 5 large ships were currently unloading goods. When Lin Muyu and Wei Chou approached, a fat merchant walked forward with a face full of smiles. He cupped his fists and said, This lowly one, Zhuge Heng, greets your highness you. You were sent by Yao. Yes, this lowly one was originally one of the secret merchants of the Celestial Emptiness sect. Eldest Miss Si Kong Yao and leader Liu Bai spent a long time to gather these 5 ships' goods. Along the way, in order to open up the sea passage, they spent no less than 100,000 gold coins. Is that so? Lin Muyu was slightly delighted. What's inside? Zhuge Heng smiled and said, 4 of the ships are fully loaded with demon heart stones, enough to forge 500,000 demon heart arrows. The other ship is loaded with gold and silver that Baizé mercenaries plundered from the treasury of the Blackstone Empire, as well as some high-grade demon spirit stones that your highness needs. Among them, eldest Miss Si Kong Yao personally went to Celestial Emptiness City and asked for 7 Demon King-level demon spirit stones from Si Kong Ming. Before she left, she said that it was specially prepared for you, and others cannot use it without permission. Ah! Lin Muyu was stunned. Wei Chou secretly laughed at the side. Chapter 885. Did Yao really say that? Yes. Zhuge Heng nodded his head. Your highness might not know this, but the Demon King-level demon spirit stones are simply too precious. Even the strongest sect in the continent, the Tianji sect, only has 11 Demon King-level demon spirit stones. This time, Big Miss asked for 8 in one go, saying that it was for her own cultivation. In reality, she only kept 1 for herself, and sent the rest to your highness. Yao is too considerate. Lin Muyu couldn't help but smile. Zhuge Heng also smiled. With your highness Yu's words, eldest young Miss' painstaking efforts were not wasted. This subordinate will tell her the truth. In addition, is there anything else your highness wants me to tell eldest young Miss? How many soldiers does the Baizé mercenary team have? 100,000 people. Miss Si Kong Yao borrowed 20 captaincy from General Zhang Cheng to help train the soldiers. Currently, the Baizé mercenary team's combat power is quite high. They can still borrow the generals. Of course, General Zhang Cheng is Miss Shang Qian's maternal grandfather. Miss Shang Qian personally asked for it, so there's no reason not to borrow them in the future. Immediately return these generals after using them, don't keep them, Lin Muyu said. Understood. Zhuge Heng was also an old fox. He smiled. The Baizé mercenary team will fight with Zhang Cheng's army sooner or later, so the enemy's people naturally can't be kept. Ha, that's right. Someone, transport the goods and return to Winter Frost City overnight. Yes. Traveling through the night, they returned to Winter Frost City at noon the next day. Lin Muyu didn't sleep and personally sent the 20 carts of demonic heart stones to the weapons department to find Qin Xiling. When Qin Xiling saw so many demon heart stones, it was as if he had obtained a treasure. He was so happy that he almost danced with joy. Your Highness, where did you get so many demon heart stones? Great. Great. I have a secret channel, Xiling doesn't need to worry about it. Oh right, what have you been doing these days? Your Highness, follow me and you will know. Oh. Lin Muyu, Wei Chou, Situ Sen, and Situ Shui looked at each other and smiled. Then, they followed Qin Xiling into the large drill ground in the backyard of the Department of Ordnance. Clanking sounds came from afar. No one knew what was being forged. However, this was the secret base of the Qin Empire. Lin Muyu knew that the development of the Department of Ordnance was related to the fate of the entire Qin Empire. After walking for a short distance, they arrived at the archery testing base. A group of weapons division employees were busy loading arrows and then shooting at the rocks in front of them. Dang, dang, dang. The arrows sank into the rocks one after another, leaving only the feathers outside. That's the hardest rock in the Winter Ridge province. It's called Coxcomb Rock. Qin Xiling smiled and said, I've improved the torsion device of the arrow box, greatly increasing the shooting speed. Moreover, these arrows are tempered with the dual elements of demonic heart stone and white diamond. The lethality is multiplied. General Sun should also know the principle of shooting, right? Situ Sun nodded. I know a little about the Dragon Imperial Spiral. That's right. Qin Xiling said, although my cultivation is low, I also know that the Dragon Imperial Spiral is a kind of energy field similar to a whirlwind. The power of the Dragon Imperial Spiral is similar to a willow twig rotating with an axis. Its speed is very fast, so it can rely on the centrifugal force on the outside and the dragon crystal to withstand the bombardment of the magic crystal cannon. It can even withstand multiple bombardments without any damage. Therefore, I've focused on increasing the shooting speed of the arrows. As long as the arrows can enter the air flow of the spiral, it will be fine. Lin Muyu was silent. Your Highness, what do you think? Qin Xiling said. No. Lin Muyu shook her head. I've fought with the Dragon Knights many times, and I know the speed of the Dragon Imperial Spiral. Even if you've improved the speed of the arrow box, it's still far from being able to keep up. The speed of the torsion device is almost destined to be unable to keep up with the Dragon Imperial Spiral. I can give you an exact number. Within the domain of the Dragon Imperial Spiral, there will be at least 15 swirls of air in a second. A normal arrow box probably won't be able to keep up with that speed in its lifetime. My God, so fast. Qin Xiling was stunned. His entire person became somewhat dispirited. The idea that he had painstakingly worked on for half a month had become nothing more than a bubble because of a single sentence from Lin Muyu. This blow was just too great. On the blueprint to the side, there was a hand-drawn drawing of the operating principle of the Dragon Imperial Spiral. The giant dragon and the dragon knight were very lifelike. Lin Muyu flipped through a few of the blueprints, and couldn't help but marvel at Qin Xiling's conscientiousness. Unfortunately, the development of technology was far from enough. Because of the lack of gunpowder, they lacked the most basic driving force. If the arrows could reach the flying speed of bullets, then they might be able to cause a certain amount of damage to the god-level dragon knight. Gunpowder, oh gunpowder! He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Could it be that the heavens were torturing him? Unfortunately, the Shattered Cauldron realm didn't have sulfur, so it was naturally impossible to develop gunpowder. What's gunpowder? Qin Xiling was startled. It's nothing. Lin Muyu leaned on the table, thought for a moment, and said, gunpowder is a product from another plane. Once it explodes, it will produce a huge shockwave, allowing the object to reach an unimaginable speed. If we had gunpowder, we could use the demon heart arrow to shoot it. We should be able to achieve an unexpected result. propelled by the explosion of gunpowder. Qin Xiling blankly stood where he was. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. "Thank you, Your Highness, for the reminder. Ha ha ha, this is great. Thank you, Your Highness, for the reminder." Lin Muyu looked at him with a stunned expression. "Xiling, what are you doing? It's like you've won the lottery." Qin Xiling was extremely excited. His entire body trembled, and he stared at her with disheveled hair and a dirty face, saying, "It was Your Highness who reminded me. The shockwave produced by the explosion can greatly increase speed. Perhaps it can break through the limit of speed and destroy the defense of the Dragon Imperial Spiral. So what? Could it be that Your Highness has forgotten the astonishing power produced by the explosion of the magic crystal cannon? What if we cast the arrowhead of the demon heart arrow on the outside of the magic crystal cannon, and then use the power produced by the explosion of the magic crystal cannon to send the demon heart arrow to destroy the Dragon Imperial Spiral?" "Really?" Lin Muyu turned pale with fright. "Yes, at least we can try." Qin Xiling laughed excitedly, and Lin Muyu also laughed along as if she had seen the light of dawn. At the side, Wei Chou poured cold water on them. "Your Highness, Lord Xiling, don't forget how high the temperature produced by the explosion of the magic crystal cannon is. When we fought against the demons, their armor demons were wearing thick and heavy armor. A magic crystal cannon wouldn't even leave a scrap behind, let alone a small arrowhead like the demon heart arrow." Lin Muyu stilled. That's true, Qin Xiling hadn't calmed down from his excitement yet. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he said, "It's fine, we just need to find some materials that can withstand high temperature to melt and refine the demon heart stone." "But how can materials that can withstand the high temperature of the magic crystal cannon be melted and refined into a demon heart stone?" Wei Chou said. "Ah." Qin Xiling was stunned for a moment, and then he pointed at the door of the weapons division. "Duke Wei, get out, you are not welcome here." Lin Muyu laughed loudly and patted Qin Xiling's shoulder. "Don't rush, think slowly, there will be a way." Qin Xiling nodded, and said, "Your Highness, please be at ease, Xiling will definitely think of a suitable way to forge this godly weapon, and help our Qin family reverse the situation." "We'll leave it to you, then we won't bother you anymore. Xiling, you must remember to eat on time, you've already lost weight. Have you used the few demon race beauties I gave you a few days ago as concubines?" "No, not yet." Late at night, Lin Muyu once again refined a Demon King level demon spirit stone. Ever since he started cultivating the invisible elephant arts, his body was like a dry well, thirsting for the nourishment of spirit energy. Speaking of which, it was strange that his chi-si seemed to have expanded a lot because of the invisible elephant arts. It was bottomless, and even if it was a Demon King level demon spirit stone, he could still absorb at least 80% of its power. Phew! With a light breath, the demon spirit stone had already completely disappeared from his palm, and the turbid breath flew into the room through his mouth and nose. Having just finished refining, Lin Muyu could only feel his blood boiling, and this made him very excited. Could it be that he was about to break through again? This invisible elephant art simply made him feel as if he had the help of the gods. Even in the entire 3 realms, there wouldn't be many people with this kind of breakthrough speed, right? He began to gather the divine power in his body, and attacked the profound entrances of his chi-si again and again. The first 30 waves were extremely easy, and only when he reached the 31st wave did he feel a little strained, but he could still control it. In the blink of an eye, he had already broken through the 36th wave. He continued to gather all of his divine power together without hesitation, and crazily attacked the entrance of the profound entrances. With a pu sound, the profound entrances were broken. An intense pain came from his body, but Lin Muyu still maintained a clear mind. Just now, he had already broken through the 37th layer of heavenly passage, but he felt that there was still a bit of potential left in his body, and he could still continue to stimulate it. A crazy thought flashed through his mind: break through 2 realms in one go. The 38th wave crazily surged, and began to attack the 38th profound entrances that had just been formed. Under the crazy attack, the lustrous profound entrances began to distort, and the pain it brought was naturally not something that ordinary people could endure. Lin Muyu let out a cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. The power in his body was like a raging river, and the god-binding chains, the 7 luminaries' holy gourd, the dragon blood battle shield, and other powers quickly passed through his body, and were glowing with a buzzing sound. Was he going to go berserk? He was slightly startled, and his mind was already starting to blur. As expected, one shouldn't be too extreme in cultivation. At this moment, Lin Muyu already began to feel a little regretful, but what was the use of regretting? Acatosaurus. A roar that came from the depths of his soul instantly tore open the plain behind him, and Acatosaurus flew out with a loud and clear dragon roar, and transformed into a dragon armor that wrapped around Lin Muyu. At the same time, its dragon power formed a shield, and prevented its master's divine power from leaking. Chapter 886. Your Highness, are you alright? Wei Chou and Bai Yin rushed in at almost the same time, only to see Lin Muyu lying on the ground, in the form of dragon scale armor. Her body was trembling slightly, and she had already fainted. Oh no, Your Highness has gone mad. Quickly call head Deacon Chu Yao and Lord Chu Chu. Wei Chou turned pale with fright. At dawn the next day, half of Lin Muyu Hall was in an uproar. There were at least 10 people surrounding Lin Muyu's room. Chu Chu and Chu Yao were protecting her, while Wei Chou, Su Yu, and the others were frowning. No one would have thought that Lin Muyu would actually go mad in cultivation at this time. The power has been basically controlled. Chu Yao released Lin Muyu's wrist, covered herself with the blanket, and stood up. I just need to rest for a while, don't worry everyone. Before she finished speaking, Lin Muyu had already let out a long sigh, and slowly woke up from her coma. At the moment she woke up, Acatosaurus removed its armor and turned into a large dragon, squatting by the bed, and winking at its master who had just woken up. You, how is it? Chu Chu asked. I'm fine, Chu, but in reality, her whole body was still sore, but when Lin Muyu slightly circulated her energy, she discovered that the divine power in her body seemed to be longer and more profound. It was a blessing in disguise, and she actually broke through to the 38th layer of Grotto Heaven. Successor, you are too impatient for success. The one who spoke was Scholar Ling. Ice Palm and Fire Fist should still be guarding the Luo River estuary, and he rushed over after receiving the news. Lin Muyu nodded, but her mind was full of doubts. She said, Su Hao, I feel that my body has become a little strange. My capacity for energy seems to have increased a lot, to the point where I can't completely fill it even after refining a demon spirit stone every day. What's going on? Isn't this state very abnormal? Scholar Ling smiled. No, it is very normal. How so? The invisible elephant art was created by Fuxi, the celestial emperor. When he sent me the message, he told me that the invisible elephant art stimulates your potential in all aspects. The reason why you feel that your body's capacity has increased is because your potential is constantly being stimulated by the invisible elephant art. Furthermore, you have the disposition of a sovereign, the ruler of the 3 realms. This stage is called the recovery period by the celestial emperor, which means that your cultivation was originally higher than this level. With the help of the invisible elephant art, you will quickly recover to the level of strength that you should have, a level that is enough to fight against the gods and Buddhas. How long will the recovery period last? That would depend on the successor's talent and the degree of refinement of their supreme godhead. Scholar Spirit smiled. In short, you don't have to worry too much about your successor. This recovery period is simply a gift from the heavens. Just enjoy it. Yes. At the side, Chu Yao smiled bitterly and said, in that case, isn't Yu's cultivation increasing further and further away from ours? Chu Chu laughed heartily and said, yes. Scholar Spirit couldn't help but smile. Great Deacon Chu Yao, don't worry. You are the successor's elder sister. Even if the successor is the strongest in the world, he will not forget you in the end. Also, the stronger the successor is, the more help he can provide to his friends. Of course, there was help, such as the 1,000 demon spirit stones that Si Kong Yao sent over. Lin Muyu suddenly felt a little dizzy and said, I'm a little tired. Everyone, go back to your work. let me rest for a while. The crowd dispersed. Awoo, a catasaurus shook its head. Lin Muyu couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and patted its big head and asked, where have you been these days? Why can't I sense your existence? Awoo, awoo, awoo. A catasaurus replied loudly. Lin Muyu's face darkened. She couldn't understand anything and said, Wei Cho, send someone to feed a catasaurus meat. It's probably hungry. Yes, Your Highness. Continuing to lie on the bed, Lin Muyu didn't do anything this time. However, the divine power in her body flowed like a stream. It was as if every cell in her body was recovering. Just like what Scholar Spirit said, her body was recovering to an unknown peak strength. She really didn't know to what extent she would recover. Perhaps she would be able to enter the ranks of the God Emperors? If that was the case, it would be great. At least she wouldn't be at a complete disadvantage when she encountered other God Emperors. 3 days later, Lin Muyu broke through again and stepped into the 39th Grotto Heaven realm. On the 8th of June, the Blackstone Empire's Gale Legion was defeated. The Celestial Empire's 700,000-strong army marched straight in and pounced on the Blackstone Empire's capital, Thousand Mountain City. The war in the Celestial Pole continent was already in full swing. Tianji City, Imperial Palace Hall. Baiming Yuan squinted his eyes and placed his palm on the armrest of the throne. The officials below the steps all had a solemn expression. At this moment, no one dared to speak for fear of saying something wrong. The Gale Legion was defeated. It's a good defeat. Baiming Yuan suddenly stood up, and his gaze was slightly savage as he laughed. This kid, Chen Yu, is really formidable, even Feng Yang isn't a match for him. The Darkstone Empire is about to be finished. Are all of you satisfied now? Once the Blackstone Empire is destroyed by the Celestial Empire, Chen Yu's next target will be us. He suddenly stomped his feet and the hall instantly started buzzing and trembling. Baiming Yuan looked at the officials with a face full of anger and said, What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? In the crowd, General Zhang Qing slowly walked out with his hand on the hilt of his sword and said, Your Majesty, according to what I know, Tianju's sect dispatched nearly 10,000 cultivators. Among them, there are many experts above the sacred martial warrior level helping them in the battle. That's how they managed to defeat the Celestial Empire. Moreover, the Gale Legion led by Feng Yang was originally weaker than the Celestial Empire. Old General, you're right. Baiming Yuan's expression was slightly respectful. After all, Zhang Cheng was a sacred martial god, the treasure of the entire empire. Baiming Yuan slowly walked back to the throne and sat down. He said, How long can Thousand Mountain City last? Zhang Qing said, Thousand Mountain City is the capital of the Blackstone Empire, but it's also the nest of the Thunder Blaze sect. I think Longxi won't just sit back and watch. Once the Thunder Blaze sect takes action, the tomes in their hands will be used. It's hard to say who will win, but at least Thousand Mountain City will be able to defend for 2 or 3 months. Moreover, if the Blackstone Empire is willing, they can recruit mercenaries from all over the country to help the Emperor. The Celestial Empire's troops in the territory of the Blackstone Empire are so long that they won't have it easy. Old General, do you think we should launch a surprise attack on the Celestial Empire now? Baiming Yuan squinted his eyes. It's time to let that brat, Chen Yu, know how powerful he is. Zhang Qing smiled. Your Majesty, you can't underestimate Chen Yu. He's a schemer, and he's definitely not as simple as you think. Moreover, our army's battle in the Broken Cauldron realm has dragged on for too long. It's said that Marshal Baiming Huan's food supply is very tight. We're already in deep trouble in the Broken Cauldron realm. If we fight with the Celestial Empire again, I'm afraid we won't even be able to protect ourselves in the end. Then what should we do? Baiming Yuan was a little angry. Old General, do you have any ideas? Yes. Zhang Qing sneered. It's said that the Qin Queen of the Qin Empire, Lin Muyu, met Chen Yu once. The two of them must have some secret plan to attack the Tianji Empire. But we all know that both of them have ulterior motives and wild ambitions. In my opinion, why don't we beat them at their own game? How do we beat them at their own game? The smoother our battle in the Broken Cauldron realm, the more likely it is that Qin Yu will attack us. But if our battle doesn't go well, Qin Yu will definitely think that we might give up on the Broken Cauldron realm and withdraw our troops. Why don't Your Majesty send an order for Marshal Bai Minghuan's troops to withdraw from Tongtian province and move to 8 Desolation province from the sea to meet up with Long Ji's troops to prevent us from being attacked from both sides. Once this news reaches Qin Yu's ears, he will think that we might increase our troops in the Broken Cauldron realm and attack the Blackstone Empire with all his might. We can then take advantage of this and attack the Celestial Empire's scorching cold city directly. Then we can't do anything now. No, we can. We can help the Blackstone Empire appropriately. Oh. What appropriate way? Your Majesty, as you know, half a month ago, 2 of the Blackstone Empire's top 10 mercenary corps were surrounded by us on the mountain at the border. At this time, we might as well open this gap and send our cavalry to expel these 2 mercenary corps to attack the Celestial Empire's army. This way, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. On one hand, we can help the Blackstone Empire greatly, and on the other hand, we can weaken the Celestial Empire's army. Ha 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 ha, Bai Mingyuan laughed loudly. Old General Zhang Cheng is indeed astute and astute. I can't help but admire you. Alright, let's follow your plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes. In addition, is the Tianji sect willing to send troops? No. An attendant said, Your Majesty, sect leader Sikong Ming has already rejected our requests 3 times. He said that unless there are enemies invading our Tianji Empire's land, the Tianji sect will not participate in any war. This stubborn old man, Bai Mingyuan frowned. Let him be. We can't care so much anymore. Is there any news from the Forest of No Return? How is the demonic spirit clan? Zhang Qing said, the demon emperor Nu Sha has been rather active recently. She has mobilized the demonic spirit clan's army in the Forest of No Return. It seems like she has some ulterior motives. We have to be on guard. Yes. In the Western God Realm, outside the Divine Palace, hundreds of angel-level powerhouses stood densely packed together. These powerhouses had come from various star regions, and they were all waiting for their ruler, Claude's words. Amidst the buzzing sound, Claude walked out of the shrine with his entire body wrapped in the chaotic light source energy. He looked at the crowd indifferently. Greetings, ruler. Rise. Claude smiled faintly. The celestial pole continent, which is known as the Western Divine Realm's cradle of geniuses, is in trouble. I believe everyone is aware of this. This time, we have gathered everyone here to exile all of you. We will let you travel to the celestial pole continent from another plane and help the people of the celestial pole continent win the war quickly. Yes. No one had any doubts. Chapter 887. On the 11th of June, at noon, the scorching sun shone on the dense forest to the north of the Luo River estuary fortress. There were herds of muntjac deer in the forest, badgers running around, and pythons as thick as the mouth of a bowl slithered along the edge of the stream. This forest was classified as a forbidden area by the eastern capital. There were soldiers guarding the perimeter. Hunters and farmers were not allowed to enter, in case they were hurt by the spiritual beasts in the forest. However, there was still a group of people in the forest. They were dressed in the summer military uniforms of the empire. Their armors were taken off and hung on the backs of horses. Wei Chou and Bai Yin were guarding this place with nearly 100 guards of the Longdan army camp. Lin Muyu was cultivating in the forest. After several days of cultivation, his strength had broken through again. This time, he was going to break through the second sky of the God King realm and reach the 40th Grotto Heaven realm. Under a towering ancient tree, Lin Muyu's eyes were tightly shut. His entire body was emitting a faint golden light. He was sitting on the ground, rippling with the power of the golden elephant wheel. Using the formless elephant's secret art to promote his cultivation had become one of his instincts. Sparks were bursting in the air. It looked normal, but in fact, the power in Lin Muyu's body was very shocking. Waves of God waves were rushing towards the hidden gate. As long as he broke through this hidden gate, he would be among the God state experts who were above the 40th grotto heaven realm. However, it was already very difficult for those who had the supremacy to cultivate. Even during the recovery period, it was quite difficult. The veins on his face were bulging and he was sweating. The grass around him had evaporated and turned into a pile of withered grass. The pythons and poisonous snakes that were entrenched in the distance, trying to sneak up on him, felt an inexplicable fear. They all screamed and left. In their eyes, Lin Muyu's strength had completely exceeded the scope of a human being's ability. Pa 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 pa, the sound of the power explosion became more and more frequent. When it finally died out, Lin Muyu's body trembled slightly. Finally, he had broken through successfully. In his high, a golden cloud was slowly rotating. This was the symbol of the new ability he had obtained after stepping into the 40th grotto heaven realm, strategy. The divine stratagem was the ability to see through other people's minds. It was no different from the legendary mind-reading ability, or even better. The scope of the divine stratagem was wider. Mind-reading was originally something that hurt others and oneself. Spying on others made Lin Muyu feel a little contemptuous. He gritted his teeth and forcefully pushed the newly formed floating cloud into the depths of his sea. He did not want to have this ability. However, when all the golden clouds had sunk into the high could no longer remain calm. In the blink of an eye, waves surged and waves surged. Rays of golden energy pierced through the surface of the sea and shot into the sky. What's going on? Lin Muyu was surprised. In the sky, a crack tore open. It was the spiritual scholar and the Beeman King who was in a daze followed behind him. The spiritual scholar gently waved his paper fan and smiled, "Successor, do you really not intend to obtain the power of divine strategy? This power of divine strategy is not something that ordinary people can have. It must be someone with outstanding talent and the right opportunity to awaken the power of divine strategy. This subordinate has seen the Pantheon canon and there are less than 10% of the people who have awakened the power of divine strategy. Successor, do you really not want it?" "I don't want it." Lin Muyu shook her head. "Prying into other people's minds will increase the burden on your own mind. Rather than that, it is better to be magnanimous, isn't it?" "Successor, you are wise." The spiritual scholar gently waved his paper fan and smiled. "That is why successor would rather give up the power of divine strategy. However, it is also a blessing." "Oh. What blessing?" Since ancient times, there were a few people who gave up the power of divine strategy. However, only 1 or 2 people obtained this blessing. After giving up the power of divine strategy, the power of divine strategy would hibernate in the depths of the high and form a barrier to prevent other people's spiritual power from invading. In other words, other god emperors would not be able to see into the successor's mind. This ability is called the anti-divine strategy power in the Pantheon canon. Now, successor has obtained this ability. This is really worthy of celebration. "I see." Lin Muyu smiled. "This ability is not bad. It would not feel good to always be seen through by others." "Yes." The spiritual scholar squinted his eyes and said, "Successor, I used my divine power to examine you and found that your invisible elephant technique has improved a lot. I wonder how long more it will take for you to break through and step into the 3rd stage, 100 elephants demon slaying." "I do not know either. However, there are already more than 70 elephant wheels in my high that can be formed at the same time. That will be soon. Please continue to cultivate diligently, successor." "Ha, Su Hao, why are you urging me so much? It is very simple." Scholar Ling cupped his fists respectfully and said, "His Majesty the Sky Emperor asked me to assist the successor. Firstly, it is to ensure that the successor does not die. I am incompetent and my cultivation is low, so I can only rely on the successor to protect himself. Therefore, the only thing I can do is to assist the successor with all the secrets of the ancient books I have learned." His Majesty the Sky Emperor passed me the Pantheon Cannon to assist the successor. As he spoke, the spiritual scholar gently opened his palm. Immediately, a golden scroll flipped rapidly in his palm. It was the legendary Pantheon Cannon. It seemed that Fuxi had imparted many things. Although he was in the sky beyond heaven, Fuxi seemed to be more concerned about everything that happened in the Eastern Heaven realm than anyone else. However, at this moment, the Pantheon Cannon suddenly shone brightly and the pages trembled. What's going on? Lin Muyu asked in shock. Scholar Ling raised his head to look at the sky in the west. He couldn't help but frown as he said, the Pantheon Cannon seems to have sensed the fluctuations of the divine power of the Western divine realm. This is bad. Someone must have started to travel between planes again. Their target might be our shattered cauldron realm. What? Lin Muyu gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Immediately, she controlled the power of heaven and earth around her and said sternly, has the Western divine realm gone mad? Isn't it enough to send 10 battle angels? Do they want to destroy us completely? It seems so. The spiritual scholar stared at the energy fluctuation on the Pantheon Cannon. Only when the Pantheon Cannon no longer shone did he take a deep breath and say, oh no, there are a total of 324 energy fluctuations. More than 50 of them belong to people above the Divine King level. Lin Muyu didn't say anything else. She stepped on a branch and flew to the periphery. She stood proudly in the air and said to Wei Chou and the others, let's go back immediately. Pass down the order to strengthen the defenses of all cities. In addition, urge the weapons department to forge more demonic heart arrows. Yes. As he spoke, he looked towards the south. According to the time, Shangguan Jingyue and Fengxi should have already reached the Dragon Slaying Pass, right? Dragon Slaying Pass. Summer was overflowing. Feng Shi and the others took a small path and avoided the eyes of the Darkstone Empire's army. When they arrived outside the Dragon Slayer Pass, they saw the violet snow flower flag still fluttering on the pass, and the other was a slightly smaller battle angel flag. It seems that Marquis Tsangnan hasn't betrayed the Empire. Fengxi smiled in relief. Shangguan Jingyue nodded, her beautiful face covered with sweat. Today's weather was unusually hot, so much so that she wanted to take off her long skirt. Only, the rest of the people here were all grown men. If she took off her clothes, it was hard to guarantee that these people would be able to control themselves. After all, after Lin Muyu came to power, she completely abolished the military concubine system. The soldiers of the Qin Empire, perhaps many of them hadn't touched a woman for many years. Halt! On the city wall, a general took up his bow and shot an arrow. Puchi! The arrow fell to the ground 2 meters in front of the hooves of Fengxi's war horse. The general shouted, who goes there? Fengxi took a Longdan army camp war flag from an attendant. On it was a large dragon-shaped insignia. He raised the war flag high and said loudly, I am the commander of the rear army of the Longdan army camp, Fengxi. I have come to the Dragon Slaying Pass on the orders of the Qin Emperor. Please immediately open and close it. Your Excellency Fengxi. The general was startled and said, Your Excellency, please wait a moment. This subordinate will go and report to the Marquis. Please hurry. Yes. In the mansion within the pass, Xin, Su Jiantao, Xiang Yu, and the others gathered together. After receiving the report, Su Jiantao had an awkward expression and said, Sure enough, what should come has come. Her Highness has actually sent Fengxi to the Dragon Slaying Pass. It seems that our news has already spread to the eastern capital. Your Excellency Xin, what do you think? The Her Highness you are talking about, is it Lin Muyu? Xin said softly. When she spat out the 3 words Lin Muyu, her heart unexpectedly throbbed for no reason. It made her rather flustered, but she couldn't say why it was like this. It is precisely the Qin Emperor, Lin Muyu. He is my sovereign king. Su Jiantao said, according to the original agreement, Your Excellency Xin will help me guard the Dragon Slaying Pass. However, this city still belongs to the Qin Empire. I have no reason to refuse Fengshi's entry into the city, so. Your Excellency Xin, what do you think? Xin closed her eyes and nodded. Who you receive is your business. You are the master of the dragon slaying pass. I and the Xin army are merely guests. Good. Many thanks for your Excellency Xin's understanding. Come, invite His Excellency Fengshi to enter the pass and directly bring him to the meeting hall. Yes. Not long after, the sound of galloping horses could be heard from the outside. Fengshi was not the only one who had entered the meeting hall. A beautiful woman had also arrived. It was Shengguan Jingyue. When Shengguan Jingyue entered the meeting hall, she immediately saw Xiyin, who was wearing the battle angel's attire. She could not help but tremble and let out a cry. She stared at Xiyin in a daze. She looked exactly the same. Her voice and smile were exactly the same as when Qin Yin had died in the Crimson Abyss. What's wrong, Excellency Shengguan? Xiang Yu asked with a smile. Shengguan Jingyue didn't care about overstepping her authority. She slowly walked forward until she was less than 2 meters away from Xin. She stared blankly at her exquisite face and said, "Is it really you? Is it really you? Your Highness." At the side, Terralyn couldn't help but laugh. Another one who has mistaken me for someone else. Xin didn't open her eyes. She gently raised the corner of her mouth. Who are you? Do you know me? I am Jingyue. Shengguan Jingyue's body trembled slightly. She said, Your Highness Yin, I am the Excellency Shengguan Jingyue who is guarding by your side. Can't you recognize my voice? Your eyes. What happened to your eyes? I'm fine. Moreover, I'm not Qin Yin. Xin smiled. Call me Xin. I come from the Western Divine Realm. I am the younger sister of Her Excellency Shi Yan. I am the captain of the Battle Angel team. Shengguan Jingyue still wanted to say something. However, Fengshi interrupted her. He cupped his fists and said, General Fengshi pays his respects to Duke Yu and Marquis Cangnan. Excellency Fengshi, you may rise. Fengshi straightened his body. His eyes were like torches. Marquis Cangnan, why did you cut off communications with the eastern capital?